Welcome back, everyone, to another TerrafirmaGreg Modpack playthrough. Ooh, you'll have to give me a second to get settled in for this one. I'll wait a minute or two until a couple viewers show up to start talking about why I'm starting a few minutes late today. Ooh, I am, as you maybe tell, a wee bit out of breath. I was running around the house a little bit, trying to get ready for stream and everything. I had I had a lot of stuff today I had to do last second. Sorry for, oops, there we go. Sorry for starting the stream a little bit late, guys. Didn't want to worry you guys, but right before right before I started stream, I found out one of my cats had used the bathroom outside of the litter box, and I'm sure you can appreciate the fact that I had to clean that up immediately. Uh, uh, Part of me wanted to just like leave it because it's like, it's already there. It's fine, but I know that I would be thinking about it all stream. And yeah, no, she's been having issues going outside the litter box recently. I don't think it's anything wrong with her health. We have one of those litter robots, and I love the thing, but the issue is the thing's really expensive, and it's very helpful, but not nearly as, it's not like completely helpful. It didn't like completely solve all my problems. I did just get back part of my tax return though, and my I did spend some of my tax return a on a new litter robot. So we're gonna have two of them soon, and hopefully that solves all those issues. Because I also want to make sure that she's not like doing it for some kind of like health reasons or something. But I'm pretty sure the only reason she's like going outside is because like she'll go to the robot when it's like currently moving, and then she just decides that, she'd just go outside of the robot. I think that's the issue. So we're gonna see if this fixes it. And if not, I don't know. I mean, worst case scenario, I still have to do like less work overall. So there's that. But let's see. Oh, right. I did another one of the things I was doing this morning was going through finding a bunch of music to use. And man, it has been just a little bit, it's been such a hassle going through all this music stuff. I'm starting to come to the conclusion that realistically I probably am just gonna have to figure out how to make my own music in order for this to work out, because it's oddly difficult to figure out what kind of music you need, and what can and can't be used. Hello there, Hex. Because I keep using websites that have like that say they're supposed to be royalty free, and I mean, I guess the music is. The issue is that a lot of the music that I download that's supposed to be music for royalty free, and also like I try to go for music that doesn't have any content ID on it, like they haven't signed up for like the YouTube content ID thing, and I try to favor that music. But an issue I'm running into is it seems like sometimes people upload onto multiple websites, and then like one of the websites they upload to has some kind of weird thing where they content ID stuff on your behalf, and it's really annoying having to navigate through that. What I've been doing is I've just been uploading the songs, like putting the songs into a video and then just uploading it to YouTube, and trying to see if it content IDs that stuff. And the issue is half the time I'll get a bunch of songs together and like half of them will get a content ID, and it's like I don't Well, it's annoying. Right now, what I'm working on, I need to finish up my water system, or my steam production, under the. Wait, no, I don't need to macerate up this stuff. My stuff for steam production. I mean, that's kind of it. I'm working on steam production stuff. I'm pretty sure. See, because I've got this all in one chunk. It's all in this chunk here, which means I could. One of the things I could do is I could move the mechanical power stuff over to this side and move the steam powered stuff over to this side, because we'll need less pipes that way. And like, transferring mechanical power is not that hard. I just run a belt across the room, and it's not as big of an issue. So I'm thinking we do that. But I need more pipes. I need more of those big wooden pipes. Where, oh where? Where's all my stuff? Oh, did I leave them on a workbench somewhere? Oh no. I must have left them on a workbench somewhere. There's the one downside to having the mod where you can like leave stuff on a workbench, is that you can leave stuff on the workbench. Okay, the music is probably a little bit loud in comparison to me. I think the issue is that some of the songs don't necessarily have like equalized values on the audio. So there are some songs that are a lot louder than others. I don't know. It's been very difficult trying to figure out how to do things with the music. Where the heck did I put my mallet? Where did I put my saw? Aw. Oh no, where have I left stuff? It's got to be downstairs, right? That's the last workbench I should be looking at. It's got to be on this one. Yeah, okay. There we go. I just left them here. Let's take these with me so I don't lose them again. Okay, I was thinking about it over the weekend. One of the things I was thinking about is I think we're still facing some throttling issues. I'm wondering if the bronze drum might not be able to drain fast enough, but looking at it, honestly, I don't think we need the bronze drum, right? Because the bronze drum is just acting as a buffer, but realistically, we don't want this stuff to ever reach the point where it's not where it like is running the risk of like running out, you know? So let's try putting this here. Okay, and then if I just remove this drum, so I'm thinking, yeah, we just have, how many of these do I have? 10 normal? 5, 6, 7, 8. And wrench you in. Okay, there we go. We're back up to... Whoa, that's a lot of water. Okay, I think it's normalizing it out. Actually, we don't we don't need nearly this much water, do we? Maybe having having the small pipes is fine for this junction. Yeah, because I don't think it's gonna matter much here. Okay, yeah, because see, this gets us up to us up to like tier 4, which will match up to the size, and if we can increase the heat on this, it will match up to that as well. Okay. I think the water for the steam boilers is probably going to be fine as well. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have to, yeah, because this is the bottom of the workshop. This is the bottom of the workshop, and we want to plug in steam power somewhere around like here. So let's get. Did I ever make a second steam? I don't think I ever made a second steam. Call it steam boiler. But realistically, let's just get this first one hooked up. We're gonna need pipes. I think, so the gold pipes that we're planning on using for the lava transference, I really don't think we're going to need anything higher than 25 liters per tick to start off with. So we'll make several of these small ones. Could I use those? Those get macerated, yeah, into 2 small piles. That's fine. So yeah, we'll do some of these tiny fluid pipes just to get us started with. Maybe we'll do a stack of gold plates at first, just to kind of get get started. And I never did. See, this is the thing. The centrifuge, we still can't run it fully, but having that extra chance at copper would be good. Well, we just need a full stack of plates though, so if we can get 16 dust, that's more than enough. Okay. Anyways, while we're waiting on the centrifuge, how's everybody else's day going? Oh, I forgot this thing takes forever to centrifuge gold, which I guess makes sense. How was everybody's weekend? This is the part where you guys get to share with the class. What? Anybody do anything fun over the weekend? Anybody go to the movies or whatever people do on the weekend? Personally, I was going to do more stuff with the stream. I probably should have done all of the music stuff I've been complaining about. I probably should have done that like at the start of or sometime during the week, and I kind of ended up like not doing that because I got caught up playing Baldur's Gate. I finally decided on like I want to play the game. Baldur's Gate is one of those ones I had like over 150 hours on the game, but I only ever really got past like Act 1. To be fair, Act 1 is incredibly dense. Like, there's just so much that goes on in Act 1 of Baldur's Gate. It's a little insane. If I macerate this stuff up, I get more gold out of it. Cool. But Act 1 is just, it's so packed with so much stuff. I've played through Act 1 like multiple times, but I'm still finding stuff that I never even did in Act 1, which is crazy because I hear like later on in the later acts it kind of falls off, which sounds about right. I've played other Larian Studio games, right? Like I played Divinity Original Sin 2, and that was pretty similar. Oh no, my tofu rotted. Let's see. Mountain Trip got postponed a few days, so I could have started Monster Hunter Wilds if I had known beforehand, but got a lot of AE2 block batching. That's a shame you weren't able to play Monster Hunter. I've been hearing a lot of good things about the game. friend of mine sent me a picture of a cat with as an octopus. It was like an octopus with a cat's head, and that's apparently a fun thing that you can do in the game. So, yay. Anyways, but hopefully you get to go on that. Didn't we just play this song? Hello? Did I do something to? Why are you playing? Okay. All right. I like this song because the title's so long. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, I've been hearing some pretty good things about the new Monster Hunter game. Sounds like it would be a lot of fun. Why is this? Why are you popping off so hard? You're still on volume 5. See, this is what I mean about some songs being way louder than others. I don't think there's a way to correct individual songs in here. I might have to go in and please stop being so loud. Okay, we'll keep it at 5. It's only like a 2-minute long song. But it's good to hear that you got a lot of the AE2 item and block batching stuff done. Looks amazing on my PC, doing the benchmark right now and consistently 100+ frames. Yeah, I think my issues with playing the game were just from it being on Linux and there being some weird things. Graphics, especially with the newer games, can be very touchy. It shouldn't be anything to do with my hardware. I actually have a pretty decently beefy computer. But it's just those video things, like those video things that they end up causing a couple problems. We're actually probably not going to need most of this apparatus later because right now this is really just giving us water up to this top area. But the game did look really good, from what I was able to play. Because like the issue wasn't like it not being able to run at like high frames. It was something to do with like there was something that whenever the game did it, it just froze my computer. I have no idea what it was that was causing that, but oh well. Ow. Okay, that's right. I have to put the mittens in my hand. It looks like a really fun game. I really liked... I got to play a little bit of the story at the start, and it looked like it was going to have a really fun story. So, I was really excited about that. Let's see. Let's just make a duck sandwich. Knife, bread, and duck. Delicious duck sandwich. That's not even really gonna fill us up all that much. We'll have to make more later, but not now. I don't want to do it right now. Wish the benchmark had a character creator I could play around with, like in Final Fantasy. Yeah, it's weird that they don't, because so I didn't use the benchmark. I heard some of my friends said that like the benchmark isn't super accurate, which is whatever. But I played the beta, and it's really surprising that they don't like just have that available, or at least have the character creator part. I don't really see why it would be a bad idea to like they could just give you that first intro quest so you can play it to see if like it plays on your computer, and if hello Robin. Robin. I missed the T. Hello, Robo. We're talking about Monster Hunter right now, the new Monster Hunter game, and I'm slowly being driven insane by how loud this music keeps being. It's on like 5%. I might have to go in and like individually edit the songs and lower their volume, which is just yeah, so much more fun. So another fun thing I get to do. Let's see. But yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't have just like made it so that you could access that first like mission that you had. Like realistically, I think the part that they had in the beta, and like I didn't get too far in the beta, so I don't know if there's a whole lot to, if there was a whole lot to it. I would have said like, you know, I think it's probably a good idea for like games to give demos. I don't get why they don't do that anymore. That used to be like a big thing back in the day, and I think it was partially informed by the idea that like not everybody knew if their computer would be like capable of handling the games at the time. So people used to release like demos a lot more. Yeah, it really should be. Like, you know, especially if you're releasing a game on like PC. I can maybe sort of understand it if you're doing if it's like for console and like just for console, because like if your console can't play the game, then maybe you should talk to the people who made the console. At least with Steam, we have a 2-hour no questions asked return policy. That is true. That is true. But then you got to think about like the people who like people who have like poor internet. It probably doesn't help them too much, because like some of these new games, like 2 hours could be like the time it takes to download the game for a lot of people. But it's better than nothing. So it's weird that like they don't allow for more demos, right? Like I feel like it would be a lot better. Yeah, the Xbox 360 had a lot. But to be fair, the Xbox 360 was like the first time they really had like a console that was like hooked up to an internet marketplace. Because I don't think the PlayStation 2 even really had that. It wasn't until like I guess the 360 and PlayStation 2 weren't contemporaries, were they? The PlayStation 2 was more like contemporary with like the GameCube, wasn't it? Yeah, that's fair. Actually, then again, wasn't the GameCube also? I'm not gonna try to remember things that happened 20 years ago. Yes, but the 2 hours is the timer for how long this game has been on. Oh, okay. So it doesn't count. It doesn't count that. Okay. Okay, that's good then. Yeah, it would have been pretty bad if they had just if it had just been since you bought it. I'm glad that Steam and Valve thought about that, because that is something that I wouldn't have been surprised if it was what was it? If they hadn't thought of that. Listen, I think it was just I think it's just a factor of like the time. I don't know. Robo could probably answer that one. But I think it was a factor of the time, because like the Xbox 360 had the Xbox 360 had a lot of demos, but also like a lot of other stuff during that time. Like that's when computer games were also having lots of demos as well. Like I remember playing the first Halo game as a demo. That was the thing. I've mentioned this before, but the first Halo game, Halo Combat Evolved, I played that thing a lot as a kid, but yeah, I never owned it. I literally just played the demo. Me and my friends played the multiplayer, and it was literally just Blood Gulch. But let's be real, that's all you need. Gaben being a Chad, when companies like EA started saying they want to implement ads, Steam instantly changed their policy to ban games with ads in them. Yeah, Gaben's pretty cool. He does some weird things, weird billionaire things, but I'm definitely a lot more fine with. I like how Steam is run, so I'm a little bit more lenient on what Gabe gets up or Gaben gets up to. Um, but like I've heard the main reason why Steam and Valve is able to stay the way it is because it's actually not publicly traded. It's not I don't remember exactly how the legal terms would be, but it's not like incorporated where they sell public stocks. So yeah, it's still privately owned. This is why, and this is another one of the reasons why I don't remember if I mentioned this or not. No, heck. Okay, turn off. I don't know if I mentioned this or not. I think I've alluded to it a couple times in the past, but like I really think that like I think corporations that are like publicly traded should probably have a lot more restrictions on some of the things that they can do. I would say most of the time staying out of the stock market is better. The stock market is only really a good thing if you want to make money and don't really care much about anything but making money. So like, I don't know, maybe if you're a bank, which I guess even then, like I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing for a bank to prioritize profits over everything else. But okay, so my radical idea that I've been coming up with recently, yeah. The thing I've been coming up with recently, and it's in response to a lot of this hunting for music that I've been doing. Like I don't think corporations should be able to like really hold copyrights the same way that like private people can. And if they do hold copyrights, I think they should be for like a very limited amount of time. My idea is that if you're going to be publicly traded, you should in some part be publicly owned, right? So like content that you create should be part of the public domain in some way. And this would stop a lot of things with the issues with copyright law and how it's currently applied, because currently copyright law is it's kind of only really used by big businesses and corporations. Technically speaking, small artists have copyright protections, but in practice they just don't really get the same kind of protections that like larger corporations do. And I think like, okay, so here's the thing. If you're a major corporation, I think that a lot of what you should be earning money off of should be like the service you provide, not necessarily you own the intellectual rights to something. So like take one of the games that I play, World of Warcraft, for example. If World of Warcraft, like, this is extremely like a super extreme example of this, and I don't think this would be how it would like work in practice. But imagine if like they made it so like the source code for World of Warcraft is now all of a sudden it's public domain, and you have to, and like anybody could host a World of Warcraft server if they wanted to. I don't think there would be any legitimate competition to Activision, Blizzard, Microsoft, whoever, for World of Warcraft, because like I just don't think anybody has the kind of capital to offer the services that they do. And if that kind of stuff was public domain and there was potential for another company to swoop in and offer the exact same service but better, like it would force Activision Blizzard to like actually fund like their service, right? The thing we talked about last week with like a lot of games not having live GMs anymore. I think a lot of that would go away if it was legal for other people to host the software, you know? Because then like why would you bother going and paying Activision Blizzard for the privilege to play the game? The reason why you would pay a subscription fee would be for the customer service that the corporation provides, right? And I feel like that would be a better system than what we currently have. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I'm some sort of major legal expert. I'm just like spitballing ideas, but It's kind of like how Rockstar tried to shut down 5M. They just moved their servers to Australia, where the copyright laws are much more consumer favor, so Rockstar can't sue them. That's funny. I encourage doing stuff like that more often. You know, it's always great to like I really do think that like these corporations need more they need to be more like customer service oriented than pure money extraction oriented, which is what we kind of end up with. Let's I mean like I've mentioned, copyright law is it's so crazy. Like I've been dealing with I removed all the I don't know, this thing is supposed to be shuffling. I don't know why it's not necessarily shuffling. But maybe it's because I keep changing things. One of the things with this music, I had to remove all the classical music from my playlist because there are like corporations that claim the rights to that music. And it's one of those things where I feel like if it was like ever actually brought up, like if there was ever actually like a legal fight about it, like I'd be in the right, because these corporations don't own the rights to the stuff they say they do. But, you know, it's just like I don't have the resources to fight them on it, and it's not that big of a deal. Arrowhead with Helldivers 2, making a good game comes first and earning money second. Yeah, I think we need to go back to that kind of thing. Because like even look at like examples of corporations that traditionally used to have that idea, right? You had Nintendo, and Nintendo used to be known for like the Nintendo polish, and that's like kind of why people were willing to kind of look the other way when they were like super strict about their intellectual property. Because it's like, yeah, I mean, Nintendo's strict about their intellectual property, but they put out good games, and they reach a certain level of quality that's hard to compete with. But nowadays Nintendo's just kind of gone the way of like all the other corporations, where they're putting out just not very good games. And what else was it? They're putting out they've lost a lot of the third-party thing, because that was the big reason why there weren't any third-party games on Nintendo services, like on the Switch for a bit, but like the previous consoles, like I guess the Wii U would have been the first big one for that. Yeah, Japan does have some. Japan has very different laws when it comes to that kind of stuff, so it is a little bit different of an environment. It's like, and I don't know, it's one of those things where I don't know if I can necessarily like it's Japan. I'm not gonna sit here and tell I'm not gonna tell the Japanese government how to run their government. That'd be a little weird. But like it used to be one of those things where it was like more acceptable because they still put out good games, and now it's just like they're doing the exact same things, being like hyper litigious, but they're not even putting out a good product anymore. So it's like, you know, maybe stop, guys, come on. It's just in recent years they moved away from floppy disks for company tax declarations. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I'm in the United States, so I don't think I get the right to really tell anyone how to run their government in particular. There's a bit of a trend with America trying to tell other countries how to run their government, and it's typically not a good thing. But like, yeah, I don't know. See, here's the thing, like America sets the standard for a lot of copyright law because, like, you know, realistically the biggest English speaking websites are like YouTube, and Google's an American corporation, so like you know, rest of the world just kind of has to deal with us. But one of the big things, I don't see. The thing is like with American copyright law, and this is with American laws in general. The issue with like any American law is like most of them only really sound good on paper, and a lot of American policy does sound pretty good on paper. Um, Orange Man and Mister sending his love from the heart makes it very hard for Americans to make good points right now. True. Yeah, it's Why are we getting the exact same songs over and over? I hope you guys like this song because apparently the music players decided we're going to listen to nothing but it. Um, but like the big issue with like American law in general is that like we really have a two-tiered system, and like there's lots of really good American laws on paper that just aren't like actually in practice they're not actually the way that that everybody makes them sound. Like take freedom of speech for example. Freedom of speech is a pretty good one. I think freedom of speech is a pretty good thing. I mean, it's one of those things where there's obviously like areas where there should be restrictions, and you see in the United States we do have those restrictions, right? Like it's just the threshold for what counts as like speech that you can say and things that you really shouldn't be saying don't exist, and they're not applied evenly in a lot of cases. Like you'll end up with cases where like the laws are a lot of bark and no bite is what I'm hearing. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Here's the issue. The real issue is there is a lot of bite, but it's entirely dependent on your like social class and your like social class, which is in America is tied to almost explicitly tied to like your wealth. Yeah. No, there's crazy stuff. I've got crazy stories about some of the things that American politicians have gotten up to. I'm sure you guys are all know and are a big fan of Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's the one of our beloved imports, I guess. Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of the state of California, which is really crazy when you think about it, because like California is probably our most progressive, or if it's one of, if not our most progressive states. And Arnold Schwarzenegger, as far as I can tell, not really a progressive. Anyways, he was the governor of California for a little bit, and he very famously got into this. He stepped down from being the governor, and it's crazy because like you think about like how the modern political climate is. It's like it's crazy that he ever even had to step down for this. Not because it wasn't bad, but because it's like, yeah, nowadays. Okay. That went straight into the lava. Okay, that's fine. I don't actually really care all that much about that. I should have used the wrench to pop it off, I think. There we go. Okay, the issue is I can use the wrench to pop this off. There we go. Okay. Lost that drum, but that's fine. Okay. So Arnold was the governor of the state of California. And he got into a scandal because it was revealed that he had like an illegitimate child with like a housekeeper, which is like, yeah, that's pretty bad, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's like personal stuff, but it's kind of crazy that like he got. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, like, considering the modern political climate, that's what he got, that's why he stepped down. Because it's like, nowadays that's like, you know, not even a scandal. It's not even anything that's even worth, like, caring about. which just goes to show like how the political climate's gotten. But anyways, so he had to he stepped down, but the thing is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 the thing is, before he stepped down, he issued a bunch of governmental pardons. This is, you know, this is pretty par for the course with what happens with politicians in our country. They issue lots of he issued a governor's pardon. One of the people that he issued a pardon to was this one kid. So this kid had he was driving around and, you know, kind of pretty recklessly. The kid was under the influence, and he ended up getting into a real bad wreck that he ended up getting a real bad wreck, and I think like 4 people died or something. Several people lost their lives in this tragic accident. Anyways, so Arnold Schwarzenegger pardons that kid. Like, that kid is he was in prison. He's not anymore because Arnold Schwarzenegger decided to pardon him on his way out. And the entire reason why he got pardoned was because his governor, or his dad, was friends with Arnold. Essentially, that's kind of it. his dad was friends with Arnold, and Arnold decided to pardon him as a you know, as a gift to his friend. Okay, so as long as we stay in that's not good. That's not a good noise to hear. What exploded? What? Ah, okay. It backflowed out the pipe. Hold on. I'm gonna have to... There we go. Okay. Yeah, the governor... The pardon system's a little bit weird. Why are we only getting... Why are we only getting... Okay, I'm gonna leave it. We're gonna see if it goes to another song. Yeah, the pardon system's a little bit odd because, like, people like governors and it's not as if I remember correctly, because it's been a while since I've, you know, kept up with our governmental, some of our governmental systems, but it's not necessarily that governors and presidents can just like completely pardon like whoever they want for whatever they want. And it's not even like, if I remember correctly, it's not even that these people are like explicitly like pardoned, as in like they hold on one second, I need to it's not like their sentence in most cases is completely gone. It gets like commuted or something, but it in practice it really is just them pardoning people for whatever they want. Here we go. There's a lot of weird legal stuff that goes into the pardon system that I don't like really have the expertise to go into depth about. This is not what I was. That's not what I was expecting it to do. This is fine. I'll figure that out later. I think we just need to... I think I'll have the Steam come up here. No, I can't do that. Okay, this is becoming a little more of a logistical nightmare than I had previously intended. Okay, maybe I should just go up from the bottom and see where I can come up. The thing is, it doesn't necessarily need to be. I'm just trying to shorten the length of the pipes. I guess I could just go over to the edge. I can just go over the edge. And then I could have it run the other way? I'm not sure. We'll see. Speaking of government stuff, just got my tax statement. Seems I'm getting a return of about... Congratulations, I guess. I don't know what it's like over there for you guys and like how... if that's a good amount or not. I'm getting a little bit back from mine, mostly because I like kind of stopped working partway through the year last year, so I didn't do a full year's worth of work, so the government owes me a pretty fair amount back, closer to like 1,200 USD, which for you guys would be just like add on another 0. Yeah, true. It's always a lot better for the government to owe you money than for you to owe the government money. Gods, this is gonna be... Okay, hold on. I need the big pipe. I need the big pipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just turn the rest of these into big pipe. Because we need a transfer rate. We need the normal pipes. We need a high transfer rate on the steam. So 3 plates it is. I think it's... Or am I... Is it wrench? Oh, this music player... I think the shuffle... I think the shuffle might be a little more of a suggestion than a hard rule. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna need a lot more gold. A lot more gold. Okay. So, like, I think I can save a little bit because the... These things only output... How much do these output per tick? 30 per tick? Which means I could get away with using the small pipes coming out of the... out of these and feed them into the larger pipe. Or I could just do them all in a line and that would save me more in general. No, come on. No, no, no. Yeah, okay. We're gonna need more gold. I think oh man, I don't know. This is starting to get into a little bit of logistics here. I need to get well, okay. See, cuz here's what realistically here's what I need to do. I'm just going to take I'm gonna take this with me. Yeah, you're coming with me. And you're also coming with me. And you're coming with me. Okay, I'm gonna take these downstairs. I should probably take some other stuff with me. This is just gonna be temporary while I figure out what I'm doing with a couple other things. But I want that centrifuge running enough so that I can actually, like... So I can actually... centrifuge the gold. Yeah, see, now you're filled with steam. And you... Why can't I turn you? Oh, there we go. Sort of. Okay, just ignore this for a little bit. This is gonna look a little weird. But it's very temporary. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Let's get the second one made. I need more brick blocks. Oh, I need to organize my my inventory is what I really... Okay. Do we have more? Don't have more. I need 5 of these wrought iron ingots, and hopefully maybe we have some in the forge hammer. I'm kind of doubtful. Man, that's what I thought. Because I need 5 in order to make the casing, don't I? Yeah. Okay. And I don't even have that much iron left. It's okay. But that's I need the centrifuge running. Man, okay. I'm stealing I'm stealing stuff. I'm taking this with me too. Does this keep all the creosote? I didn't even check. I probably could have typed out. I probably could have taken that creosote out of it. Does it? No, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I should have taken the creosote out and put it in a barrel. But that's okay. Okay. Bam. Oh no, you gotta be kidding. Stop. Well, at least I know that at least I know that doesn't doesn't affect anything because it just got rid of the lava that was in it. Yeah, we can't left my water pipes upstairs, man. We're going places, but I don't know where. I need that backpack upgrade. Do I have? No, I don't. Okay. I'm going to rewire all of this. I should have planned this out a little bit better beforehand, but that's, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. Let's see. Put up the cogwheels. Okay. Pipe. Alright, so now it's filled with water. Now it's filling with lava. This one over here needs to be set up to where it only flows in one direction. I should have placed this lower. I can cheat a little bit. I don't want to. That's okay. Give me some more gold. No, it isn't gonna work out. I needed the extra... Don't I have bronze pipe somewhere? I'm gonna go grab a bronze pipe. I'll just cobble this together for a little bit, trying to desperately avoid any sort of consequences for my actions. Okay. There we go. There we go. So theoretically, this should like actually be able to run better. Yeah, because now I've got, how much does the bronze pipe? How much do these things make? 30 liters per tick. Okay, well it's keeping up now. It's keeping up now. Okay. Well that's, so theoretically this thing should just be fine doing this. It sure seems that way. It sure seems pretty okay with what I'm doing to it. I guess. Okay, we're gonna let that finish what it's doing. I'm probably gonna go get more iron or something. Or I could just do an iron bloom with the not a maximum amount. I think let's just do that. Cause I gotta make food and stuff. Okay, I don't think I have any extra charcoal in here. That's fine. It's not supposed to be. I need a move. I should probably move the more storage into here because at this point, we're starting to like actually separate between workshop and like metalworking areas. What am I doing? Okay, hold on. I can figure this out. Yeah, I can figure this one out. I was definitely doing something. Iron. That's what it is. I need more charcoal. There we go. But yeah, so I was playing Baldur's Gate all like the entire weekend. It's pretty much the only thing I was doing all weekend was just playing Baldur's Gate. I finally settled on a build that I actually quite enjoy. I've got several builds that I like. It's just it's been a hassle trying to figure out exactly what I want to actually play. But I think I settled on a pretty good one. I've been playing a Circle of Spores Druid. I find the Druid to be a pretty good a pretty good class to play because it's pretty easy as far as like stat prioritization goes. Because you can just put all your points into wisdom, some constitution, and you only have to get a 14 in dex, so you end up with a pretty decent spread. 8 in intelligence, just to balance it out. I think I have like a 10 strength. I want to say I have like a 12 charisma. It's whatever. Yeah, druids are pretty fun. The Circle of Spores one I think is one of my favorites. Yeah. Mine's a half orc. I like the way that the half orcs look pretty well, especially the male half orcs. I'll be real with you. I don't really like the way a lot of male characters look in Baldur's Gate. I don't know why. I just don't really like any of the faces. And like I feel like a lot of the hairstyles they don't have a whole lot of masculine like long hairstyles, which I like more. And I mean, it's definitely better than a lot of other games, but I think it's mostly the facial hair. I think the facial hair is the big thing because I don't like the way that the male faces look completely clean shaven, but then like the hair, the facial hair all looks really weird. Like, yeah. And there just aren't really a whole lot of good options. And then if you play elf, you don't even get facial hair, which is like, okay, I get the fact that like canonically elves don't really have facial hair. But like the thing is, they went the progressive route and they unlocked the facial hair options. It doesn't matter what kind of body type you have, you can still have facial hair. Unless you're an elf. Male, like masculine body type elves are the only ones who can't have facial hair. Unless you count like Dragonborn, I guess. Which I wouldn't for that kind of statistic, but you do you. For anyone who's playing Dragonborn Tempest Cleric plus Paladin multi-class. That sounds like a fun one, but I don't know if Cleric and Paladin works too well as a multi-class. You're splitting up your stats a lot with Charisma and Wisdom. Although I guess Paladin doesn't really need all that much Wisdom, or that doesn't really need all that much Charisma, to be honest. Their spellcasting modifiers aren't really all that important. Let's see. You're not grown yet. Okay, so let's grab from this side. Okay, we're gonna... Did it just play this song again immediately? I don't know if this app fully understands what shuffle like means. Most for a Tempest, then Paladin for smite and extra attack. Yeah, but at that point, why not just play a different cleric? I don't know. I get into power gaming a lot. It was part of the reason why I have been incapable of like of finishing a run in Baldur's Gate is because I keep wanting to do... I just want to try out the different builds. And then... Okay. But, yeah, I've got a lot of really good builds. I'm definitely going to finish playing Baldur's Gate on my own, but I think Baldur's Gate would also be a really fun one to stream at some point. And it's fine because like for me, it's like doing the builds, and I have a lot of builds for characters. I'm doing this one for the druid the way it is now because just for like item optimization with the kind of the party that I want and other things. But there's a lot of other builds that I want to try out that it comes down more to like I just want to do the builds themselves. I think the one I want to try the most out of like all of the builds that I've come up with is probably the... Okay, you do a barbarian rogue cross class. If you do... So, okay, it's barbarian 9, rogue 3. So barbarian, the frenzy or the berserker subclass for barbarian. So you get the ability to do extra attacks as bonus actions, right? That's pretty standard for that. Now in Baldur's Gate 3, the barbarian, the berserker's frenzy attack is kind of balanced around the idea that that like you have the Frenzied Attack gives you like a stacking debuff, right? So you can't really keep it up because you end up like, I think you lose like you get a minus to your attack roll for like every stack of Frenzied Attack. So it's really good burst damage, but like as the fight continues on, you'll suffer from it, right? But here's the thing. They also added in a separate ability called Frenzied Throw, and Frenzied Throw for some reason doesn't give you stacks of of like the fatigue that you get. At least as far as at least the last time I checked. I hope they never decide to patch that out, because I feel like it's somewhat unintended. Although I guess the balancing thing is that the balancing thing for that is that like throwing builds aren't like super duper they're not that great, because I've looked a little bit at like the items in the game to see like if certain builds are viable at higher levels. Throwing builds are okay viable because there are like some throwing warhammers that you can get later on which are really good. But they're still, I think for like most throwing builds you're still only going to be dealing 1d10. See, the thing is like you can start this build pretty early on, because in Act 1 at the goblin camp, there's a guy who sells a returning pike, and if you throw that, because like that's the other thing is like having the weapon return is a big one, because if you just you can just carry a bunch of weapons around to throw, but like, you know, hand axes with hexblade and battlemaster. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Having because getting heavy armor from the fighter and doing hexblade shenanigans, or the what is it, the Pact of the Blade. The only issue with like Pact of the Blade is that you can't apply it to multiple weapons, so you just get the one, and it's like that's okay, but like it's not like overpowered or anything. But the thing with like the barbarian, so you get you can get like that returning pike at the beginning, and it's pretty good because it's a d10 damage, and you can throw it and it comes back to you. Later on you can get like warhammers, which would be a d10 damage, because you can they're versatile and you can use them with two hands, and I'm pretty sure the versatility also like extends to oh god, what is it, the versatility also extends to when you're throwing it. I think I haven't like tested it myself, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So you can get pretty decent weapons, but see, here's the thing, you go rogue for your, because like the last few levels of barbarian doesn't get you anything super interesting, but if you go 3 points into rogue, you can take the thief subclass, which gets you it gets you an extra bonus action. So you'd be able to be a barbarian that has you'd be able to be a barbarian, and with extra attack, so you get 2 attacks from extra attack, and then you get 2 more attacks from being able to do enraged throw as bonus actions. Wow. I dropped a lot of frames recently. I'm just now noticing I dropped. So I will, before I go on too far. I mean, I guess we're already an hour in. The weather's a little bit weird here right now, so if I start dropping frames, don't worry too much. It's probably just the weather. So you end up being a barbarian with 4 attacks, which is like ridiculously strong. I mean, like you're also getting your rage bonus off of this. You're getting you have a ridiculously high health pool. You're getting what's it called? You're taking less damage. Yeah, the new patch that's coming out, they're giving a new subclass to every class. Varying degrees of interesting, though. I will warn you, I've looked through all the subclasses they're putting in, and some classes are getting some really cool stuff. Most classes are getting kind of meh. The Circle of Stars druid looks pretty good. I think it's probably not like really all that interesting comparatively. I guess a lot of the other druid stuff isn't like super interesting. I mean, you get Circle of the Moon, which is okay if you want to do the transformations, and Circle of Spores is a really interesting one. But Circle of Stars looks like it'll be pretty good. Fighters are getting Arcane Archer, which is sure. I mean, it's neat. It's definitely a cool option. Let's see. Barbarians are getting like Path of the Giant, which is pretty cool because it means you go up a size category when you rage, which is really cool because then you'll be able to like throw larger creatures, which could be very, very interesting depending on how you play. It could be very fun. Although you could always also just pack a wizard to cast Enlarge, or just take a potion that does the same thing. Although they might be able to stack, and if they stack, then that's hilarious. You also have, let's see. I think Rogue is getting Swashbuckler, which is pretty cool for a charisma-based rogue. Honestly, a lot of the rogue subclasses are kind of meh. I mean, Thief is just so good just because you get an extra bonus action, but the rest of it's kind of meh. Warlocks are getting actual Hexblade as a patron, which is okay. I mean, I think the thing is, like, the Hexblade patron, it gives you a lot of extra bonuses if you're doing a Pact of the Blade build. Obviously, you're gonna want to go Pact of the Blade if you're going Hexblade patron. But I would say it's not like super duper interesting. You also have, let's see, the one I think one of the ones that I'm excited the most for is oh god, Death Domain Cleric seems pretty interesting. I think that one might be one of the ones I'm the most excited for. Just because, like, there's a lot of really cool things you can do with Death Domain. And I think not even, like, necessarily the things itself, but, like, with Clerics, it's almost always just, it's not really about, like, any of the features from the domain itself, because most Cleric domains are kind of all, they kind of fit, like, the same stuff. Like, if you do one domain of Cleric, you're probably going to... You're getting a lot of the same things from... Ooh, okay. Can't run both of those at the same time. Okay. This is gonna be... let's turn off... Yeah, I think... Don't quote me on this, but I think I remember hearing that... that they were going to add Toll the Dead as a cantrip in the new update. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they did. Toll the Dead's a crazy cantrip. Yeah, no, Toll the Dead's crazy. I had this wasn't in Baldur's Gate, but in 5e, I never got the chance to really play this character, but I had an idea for a character that uses it was a Hexblade, yeah, it was a Hexblade warlock that had, because, like, you can flavor things the way 5e is supposed to be, is like you're really supposed to flavor any of the like all your spells and everything and like all your stuff. I had it flavored that my warlock, I just had a great axe for my packed weapon, but I flavored it to say that it looks like a giant scythe. And my whole thing was I had the Eldritch Invocation that allows you to see in in Magical Darkness, and I would I would cast darkness on my weapon, and I would just like be in the darkness and just hitting people with my weapon. But I also had Toll the Dead on that build, and so that was pretty fun. I never got the chance to play it. I had Toll the Dead, and my flavor was that he would smack the scythe, the butt of the scythe on the ground. It would make like the tolling noise. I've got lots of character builds that I never got the chance to play because it's hard to find people to DM, because like I always end up being the one who ends up like DMing half the time, and nobody will DM for me. It's a sad existence. Anyways, okay, so I've got other builds, other fun builds for Baldur's Gate. Like, okay, we'll stick with the barbarian theme. So another build, and this is a build that I originally came up with this idea for 5e. So technically you could do this in 5e. In 5e you would have played a halfling for this because they get a boost to Constitution and Dexterity, but in Baldur's Gate you can play whatever you want. I would probably play, if I did this build, I would probably play Hill Dwarf because it's very thematic with what it's doing. So I like to call this the unkillable barbarian build. So you go Dex-based barbarian. Remember that the plan here is to just never die. The plan is not to deal mad amounts of damage. You'll have to go somewhere else if you're wanting to deal a lot of damage. My plan here is to just stay alive forever. Always wanted to try to give giving my spirit guardian a spiritual weapon and then just stand there while it does the work. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I had a really good forge cleric I need to talk about sometime. One that I actually got to play. So, okay. So our goal is to just stay alive forever. We're living through everything. So, in Baldur's Gate, the way you would do this build is you would go a dex-based barbarian. You'd pick up a hill dwarf, because hill dwarves give you that extra health, which is just for fun. Barbarians, you go shield. You're gonna go unarmored, which there's a lot of really good items, and I haven't looked into them, so I don't remember off the top of my head, but there's a lot of really good unarmored like cloth items that are made specifically for barbarians and monks. So you're gonna want to go with just clothing. You're going to put all your points into Dex and Constitution to boost your health and your armor class. You're going to pick up a shield for more armor class. You're going to pick up a and some Dex-based weapon. So like a rapier would probably be the most ideal one because it's going to deal the most amount of damage. But short swords also work pretty well. And you go Path of the, what is it, like Path of the Totem or whatever, the one that where you get to pick a spirit animal, and you go Bear Totem because Bear Totem makes it so that when you're raging, you are you're resistant to all damage except for psychic damage, which, to be fair, in Baldur's Gate 3 there's like a lot of psychic damage because, you know, that's like one of the main enemies are like guys who deal lots of psychic damage. But it shouldn't matter that much. You'll be fine. You'll just have like the biggest health bar on the planet, be resistant to all damage, and yeah, that's mostly it. That's just the gist of it. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that one's really just the most of the build. You'll just find good shields, find good clothing armor, be resistant to all damage, don't die. That's it. That's the whole build. It's just not dying. Let's see. So then you have, let's see, what other builds do I have floating around? I've always wanted to do a strength-based ranger, which I think would work out pretty well in Baldur's Gate. Now, this build idea, actually, I must admit, this isn't my idea. This is actually my brother's idea. My brother like actually played this in a 5e game that we did once. And it was insane. Really, it was a very fun build that was just kind of crazy. So you go ranger, and you go Gloomstalker ranger, right? Gloomstalker ranger. And my brother, when he did this build, he went Dragonborn. He went specifically a black Dragonborn. The flavor for this build is that you are playing like the Predator from like the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Predator, from Aliens versus Predators or whatever. Anyways, so you go, and this is the really cool thing, is this build is actually much more viable in Baldur's Gate than it is in 5e. And that's because Baldur's Gate added in, like they did the change for the favored enemies, and you can go Ranger Knight in Baldur's Gate, and the Ranger Knight lets you have heavy armor. So this is a heavy armored ranger. You go heavy armor, and you go you put all your points into strength, and that lets you the whole build is you just throw javelins at people. Like that's your main weapon, is throwing javelins. And it's hilarious because you just like Gloomstalker has those bonuses to where you can like you can do extra attacks at the start of combat. So you just like open up combat by like throwing 3 javelins at a person, and then you use like your bonus action to take the hide action and then pop out somewhere else and throw more javelins at them. It's really funny. That one would be a really fun one to do. Just take whatever flavor makes you feel the most like the Predator, and just go from there. I think that build specifically would be really funny on like a dirge character, especially since the dirge is supposed to be like is kind of canonically supposed to be a dragonborn anyways, since that's like the default for them. I think it would be really funny as a dirge character just playing as the Predator. So oh yeah, Moon Knight, yeah, because you can like, the cool thing about Baldur's Gate is that there's so many other things you could do with like throwing builds because of all the stuff you get. Like, aha, I've thrown a web grenade at you, or like the void bulbs are like really good. Anyways, yeah, so that one's a fun build. Let's see. We'll try and do a couple builds with each one. Hold on, just for fun, I'm gonna pull up the list of classes so that I can remember each one. Baldur's Gate 3 classes, because I know you guys are here at this at this Minecraft stream to hear me talk about Baldur's Gate 3 builds. This is actually what I do for fun. is just think up builds for characters I'll never be able to play. Okay, so we already talked about Barbarian. Bard's a fun one. They're coming out with College of Glamour Bard in the next one, but honestly, I don't think I'm going to do, because like, okay, I had a build for a character in 5e that was a College of Glamour Bard. Her name was Shimmer, and she was like very like glam rock bard, and she would I did actually get to play this character. This one's a fun story, because I did actually get to play this character for a bit, and my character she had oh gods, what was it? She had Unseen Servant. The funny thing about this, when I played this character in 5e, was that she was absolutely useless in combat. Her whole thing was just buffing the rest of the party, and then claiming all the credit for everything. I had Unseen Servant. This character ended up being like the governor of this area. Not a governor, but like, I don't remember what the thing was. We like uncovered some secret about like these council members. Like one of them was corrupt or something, and was like, and then for like as a reward, I got the council position, which I feel like isn't really how democracy should work, but it it worked out for me. My character, because when I was playing, one of the people I was playing with was playing as they were like a half-orc fighter or something. They were like kind of meant to be more of like a noble type, you know, the old subversion and whatnot. I'm pretty sure it was the same guy who played that that one half-orc paladin that accidentally killed a child that I talked about before. But so the thing is, they so I had that guy, and he was I just like he was my retainer. He was my knight, my bodyguard. And I would just like attend meetings, and my character would just be there, and I'd have the Unseen Servant like feeding me like slices of ham and fruit off of a platter while I'm attending these meetings. It was really fun. But for like Baldur's Gate, so I never really did Sword or Valor. See, the thing is with like with bards, I think it's Valor is the one that one of them gives you medium armor and a shield, and I think going that one is a pretty good one. I think it's Valor, or could be Swords. I can never remember. That one could be a good one if you're wanting to do like a frontline bard, but when I play bard, I actually go with College of Lore. Hold on. I know I just said I don't remember anything about them, but I can like literally, I have the website pulled up. I can just click on things. Yeah, I don't know. I think bards, see, the thing is like Baldur's Gate 3, I think partially because you only go up to level 12, I feel like multi-classing what is going on here? You've been able to keep... Oh, is it because one of you... You're not eating up any... Okay. Oh, I see. It's saying... Okay, the output's full. That's it. Okay, okay. I see what's going on here. Wow, I just dropped like a whole bunch of frames there for a second, didn't I? Yeah, that weather's hitting us pretty hard. Anyways, so... I think it's because like you end up going only to level 12. Yeah, for the ability to get all the spells, it is pretty nice going, it is pretty nice just dipping points into Wizard. And I would probably go up to like Wizard 2, because like that's when you get your class. That's when you get the extra class thing, don't you? Or you get to choose your specialization. Oh my god. No, listen, we'll talk about this when we get to the wizard section. So College of Valor is the one that gets you medium armor and shields and martial weapons. Um, College of Valor, I think, is probably like the safest bet if you want to go like a real, like combat heavy bard. The only issue with College of Valor is that like, it's just not very interesting. I would probably rather go College of Swords because College of Swords has all the cool flourishes and everything. Um, and it's pretty it's all right viable. I typically go College of Lore though because the proficiency in all the skills I feel like is nothing to scoff at, especially for like your main character, right? Like College of Lore is much less interesting if it's like one of the other party members that's not like your main avatar character. But for your main avatar character, going College of Lore, you get so many skills that you just end up being able to like do well at everything. And a lot of the magical secret stuff, because you can get raised dead as a magical secret, which I personally think that like raised dead is low key one of the best spells in the game. I've been using it a lot on my spore druid, and it's a little ridiculous how broken it is. Okay. Bards, I don't have a whole lot to say about. Um, Bards are kind of like, here's the thing, okay? I think that bards are, you should probably play a bard for your first playthrough just because of how many skills they get. If you want to go charisma and you want to be doing skill checks all the time, I don't think you can really beat like College of Lore bard. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, the extra dialogue from Amelia. Yeah, that she's a fun character. Um, I like being able to talk to animals when you go up to her because the squirrels absolutely hate her music, and you can tell her that. Um, so, and I mean like also with College of I don't think this is specifically a College of Lore, but like Bard is such a good class to go for your first playthrough if you really want to like dig through everything that you can in the game, because on top of I swear I heard something weird. Has this always been like this? I feel like that's not supposed to be like that. There we go. So not only that, okay, so listen. Bard Bard gets you get speak with animals, so you get all the extra dialogue for speaking with animals, which I know that like everything I'm gonna say here is like stuff that you can get in other ways, right? Like speak with animals, you can very easily just get potions of speak with animals. It's not that big of a deal, but I like the extra convenience, and it makes it so that you're not having to like think about that kind of stuff. So speak with animals, you get that extra dialogue. Bards also can get speak with the dead, which again, not a huge deal, but it is nice having it as an extra one. And you can also get detect thoughts. So like those three spells, having those on demand, I feel like is a really good thing to have when you're doing like your first playthrough, or if you just want to do a playthrough where you are like doing the most exploration. Like for an exploration playthrough, like I don't think you can really beat Bard, uh, because charisma is such an amazing skill. Like having access to all the different charisma based skills, really good for like doing a lot of things. So Bard is one of those ones. And also like the cool thing about College of Lore Bard is like you're probably going to want to put all your points into dexterity and charisma. um I don't even use them as like spellcasters though. uh Low key, having dual wielding hand crossbows is really good. I wouldn't necessarily call it broken because the range is so low, and the damage output, you can do things to fix the damage output. Like there are some gloves you can find that uh in Act 1 which deal like 2 extra damage with each attack, so that's really good for any kind of like multi-attacking build. Like I have those on I never talked about like all the characters I have in my group, but I have Asterion in my group in my current playthrough, and he has those gloves. Um so yeah, Bard's kind of like a Bard I feel like is probably one of the best ones for starting out. Okay. We're on to Cleric. Cleric is another one that the Cleric what you do with your Cleric is like highly dependent on how you want to play the game in particular. Because the cool thing about Clerics is there's so many different builds you can go with Clerics. My first character that I ever played that I didn't get all that far with, I played a nature domain cleric, which is really cool because you get heavy armor. Yeah, life, war, tempest, those are all really good ones. I mean, you named like 3 out of the 4 that get heavy armor, so I wonder what kind of armor you're using. So um those ones are all really good. And also Tempest and War get martial weapons, which having access to martial weapons is really good. But I think personally, I think nature is probably one of the better ones to go with for cleric. That and light. Low key, light is a very good cleric domain as well. So the reason I'd say nature is because I mean, first of all, you get to speak with animals. Again, you can talk to animals. That's cool. Uh, but you get the heavy armor, which is also very nice. But you also get chalet. I think that's low key the main reason why nature is probably one of my favorite cleric builds, because it's the only way that you can have a cleric that uses that really uses wisdom for their melee attacks. Yeah, it's really good for druids too. But like nature domain cleric gets it, and it's really good because now this means you can use any clubs or staffs that you get. Any staves that you get can be used with your wisdom modifier, which is really good. There's actually a lot of really good staffs in the game, and that have like really cool effects. And since you can wield them with a single hand, you can also wield a shield. So you have pretty high AC. On top of being able to put out fairly respectable damage output. It's not necessarily the craziest, but fairly good. The only thing about nature domain is that they don't really get a whole lot of really cool features that much. Now light domain is a really good one. If I run with, so here's the thing, low-key, if I ever have Shadowheart in my party, I almost always make her a wizard to capitalize off of the fact that she's, half high elf and has Firebolt as a cantrip. But if I keep her as a cleric, I'll very often switch her from Shadow Domain, or Trickery Domain, which in my opinion, not super useful, not in combat at least. But Light Domain is low key. Light Domain's kind of crazy, and it's mostly because of their the feature they get at the start of Light Domain, warding flare is a little ridiculous. So warding flare as a reaction, you can impose disadvantage on an attacker, and like low key super powerful. Like as far as a support based cleric goes, that warding flare feature that you get is kind of crazy, right? I think it's, let's see, I think when you start off, you can only use it for attacks that target you, But at level 6, you get an improved version, which you can use to help allies. So it's crazy strong. It's like it's low key a little bit one of the most ridiculous features that you can get with cleric. I don't know if they get like a whole lot of other really good stuff later on. I think they get potent spell casting, which is fine. And I mean they get some pretty cool spells as like domain spells, right? They get things like Flame Strike, which is a crazy spell. But I guess don't all clerics get that? It's just I think it's just Light Domain or a couple other ones. Light Domain and War Domain get it as a domain spell, so it's always prepared, which is always nice. Oh, Light Domain gets Fireball, by the way. I guess that's a pretty significant one, right? Like, Light Domain just straight up gets Fireball, which is, you know, one of the best spells in the game, even in what's it called? Even in 5e. Yeah, Fireball is crazy. Dude, we'll talk about this with wizards, but like the evocation wizards with their ability to just cast Fireball and not have to worry about it, crazy. You should be turned on. Not like okay, Druid. Druid's a fun one. I mostly just go Circle of Spores Druid. Circle of Spores Druid is real crazy. You get you just go with medium armor, a shield, carry a staff or a club for Chalet. The only issue is like eventually you'll be using cantrips to deal damage anyways, because Chalet doesn't like get any better with levels, which I feel like is a major oversight when it comes to the cantrips, because like other cantrips get stronger. I feel like Chalet should like once you get up to like level 5, Chalet should start dealing 2d8 damage instead of just 1d8, and I don't know why they didn't do that. Like, I don't think Chalet is all that busted, considering like later on, I guess maybe the issue would be like at level 11 you'd probably want it to go up to 3d8, which would be pretty strong, but not any stronger than just using a cantrip. But the cool thing about Circle of Spores Druid is they get Chill Touch, which is a really good like attacking cantrip. And I think that and it's really cool because it makes Circle of Spores Druid really into a medium range like tanky class, because you get Symbiotic Entity. You know, so you're able to spend. Yeah, true. Spike growth can be pretty crazy as well. But Circle of Spore Druid, let's see. The Symbiotic Entity is a really good ability. Because it's like what? It gives you a shield. It gives you extra health, temporary health equal to 4 times your druid level, I think. Which is like pretty ridiculous. You get a pretty beefy shield. Like half the time in my playthrough, my druid will go quite a while without even like really even getting damaged, because he just keeps using the what do you call it? He just keeps using Symbiotic Entity, and it has such a big shield. Now, the cool thing, you get Blindness, and you also get Detect Thoughts as domain spells. I've already talked a bit about how like Detect Thoughts is, I feel like is one of the better spells in the game to have, just for like a pure utility type thing. One of the cool things with Detect Thoughts is that you get if you go with the Illithid powers, detect thoughts will let you use concentrated blast. And if you are just keeping detect thoughts on constantly, which you probably should be, just having it on outside of combat, you can like pretty reliably just cast concentrated blast at the beginning of most encounters. And then you normal wild shape into Owlbear once you're out of temp HP for hundreds of HP to become the ultimate tank. You can, but you could also just put up another symbiotic entity. Because symbiotic entity, you can shapeshift if you want to keep up. Like, I'm pretty sure the shapeshifting would be tankier if you went like Owlbear. The issue is, or the reason you do symbiotic entity is that it increases your damage. You deal extra necrotic damage with all of your attacks if you have your symbiotic entity up, and that includes the spore cloud thing you can do with your reaction. So they can actually output a pretty respectable amount of damage. I think the only downside that I've really run into is that they just don't really have anything to use their bonus actions on. But then again, you can always just like drink potions or apply oil or whatever to your weapons if you want to use up your bonus actions. The blindness spell, low-key blindness is actually a fairly good spell. If you can blind your opponents, then it significantly reduces the threat from a lot of opponents if you just blind them, which I guess is like, you know, pretty fair in real life as well. It does make fighting a person significantly easier if they can't see you. And what else? So the thing is, like, they get where is it? I'm looking at the rest of, so Animate Dead is probably one of the main reasons to go Circle of Spores Druid. Animate Dead, low-key, is a little bit of a ridiculous spell. Because I haven't tested out the skeletons at all. I have not been bothering using skeletons. Because I kind of find that, like, the zombies are just so much stronger in general. And I didn't realize this at first when I was like kind of coming up with what I was wanting to do. I didn't fully realize, but the well, hold on. Why am I? Let's get rid of this one. So the zombies, anytime that they hit an opponent, they basically like infect them. So okay, come on. There we go. They infect an opponent, and if the opponent, it only lasts for one turn, but if you kill that opponent in that turn, it spawns another zombie, right? Now, they're weak zombies. They're little newborn zombies is what they're called. You can't control them, but it's still extra guys. You're summoning more guys to help you out in this fight, right? And okay, once I have, hold on. No, this is fine. This is fine. I can split off, because other machines don't need, I can split off some bronze. Okay, I have a plan. So like you're just summoning these extra dudes to come help you out. And they have undead fortitude, which is probably the main reason why the zombies are so much better. It's like the default zombie isn't like that strong. It has like 20 health. But since they have undead fortitude, it means they can survive like at least one hit. to stop them from dying, right? Um, okay. Let's start moving some stuff. So they take at least 2 hits to kill, and honestly, it's it's a lot more helpful than it sounds, because like it, especially with the way the AI works, I feel like the AI, and I don't know, maybe this is different depending on your what's it, your the difficulty. But I tend to play on I mostly play on Tactician, and on Tactician at least, the AI is very much wants to kill all your guys, and they will purposefully go after any kills that they see. And I feel like it kind of manipulates the AI a little bit, because they'll go after those zombies before they'll go after your main guys, and anything that stops your actual players from taking hits is probably a good thing. And so you just kind of end up in this situation where like you just kind of flood the whole room with zombies, and they just kind of do your work for you, which is also the thing with like the fungal infestation that you get from Circle of Spores Druid. They're not nearly as strong. They're actually kind of weak. I think they only have like 9 health, and I haven't really done more testing to see if they end up like getting all that much stronger than that. But with their 10 health, they aren't, they aren't really doing all that much. Okay. Yeah, like this. Okay, cool. And then I'll have my cables out the back here, and then we'll put the machines in front. And later, I'm gonna move this stuff in a bit, but not right now. Okay, vendor. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. So I think for me it's kind of an obvious choice going druid, going spore druid. Fighter. We're on to fighters now. Fighters are a really fun one. Fighters are fun, mostly just even just cross-classing fighters is pretty fun. I think they're one of the ones, just like in 5e, the fighters are probably one of the best candidates for cross-classing, just because they get so many really good things early on. Great to start with for the proficiencies, definitely. Fighter is a really good one to pick up at level 1 because to start with, because you get proficiency in like basically everything. The only downside is them not having super good skills to pick from, but you get proficiency in like all martial weapons, all types of armor, shields, pretty much everything you could possibly want. Because they're very basic, so they can be a little bit boring if you're not really into, if you want to do like something really special. But I've got in my current playthrough, I've got Lae'zel in my party as well, and I made her into an Eldritch Knight, and I've been having a lot of fun with that. With the... Ooh, I wonder if that tofu ever finished, or if it's just been raining for 40 days and 40 nights. I think Eldritch Knight is a really fun one. It's probably the one I've been having the most fun with. Just because... especially for Lae'zel, because, like, Lae'zel, I didn't even realize until Shadowheart, who is my third party member, was, like, making fun of her for not being able to see in the dark. And then I realized, like, oh yeah, I guess Lae'zel's the only one in the party who can't see in the dark, actually. Which is kind of funny. We're gonna have a nice balanced meal this time. So like with Eldritch Knight, you can take the light cantrip, and that one's really good. But I mean, like, just the fact that you have access to shield, that's actually most of what I use Eldritch Knight for, is just casting the shield spell. You don't even really have to go into like intelligence if you want, but it also gives you can also take cantrips to attack with, and while you probably won't have like super great intelligence, because you're probably putting all your points into strength and constitution instead, you still get like pretty decent intelligence and use it as like a ranged option. Now, one of the things I didn't realize is, so Eldritch Knight, it has that thing where God, what is it? You can throw you can like bind a weapon, and if you have a bound weapon, if you throw it, it returns to you. The issue is it doesn't actually give it the thrown property. So like I have a great sword for Lae'zel right now, and it's working really well as an actual as a weapon, because you just go great weapon fighting, and then you go what was the other one? Great weapon fighting, and then you can pick up with the feat Great Weapon Master, which is it makes your damage potential very high, I will say. I had a fight last night where there was a bunch of guys that needed killing, and I had Lae'zel do it, and she just slaughtered them all. Oh yeah. She just kind of wrecked everyone. Like, it was pretty crazy, because it was like first attack killed a guy, second attack killed a guy, bonus attack that I get from great weapon fighting killed a guy. So you're and if you just go pure fighter, you eventually get that third attack with your extra attack feature, and it's a little strong. It's a good one. But yeah, fighter, Pact of the Blade, fighter's a really good one to cross class with Warlock, or like any of the other classes that don't get heavy armor, or like don't get, heck, even if it's a class that doesn't get medium armor, things like wizards, warlock, sorcerers, going fighter at the start is really good, because you get that heavy armor proficiency, and it means you can, instead of having to put your points towards other things, you can put them all towards constitution and then whatever your spellcasting modifier is. So like let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, the only issue with the bind weapon from Eldritch Knight is it doesn't like change it to work off of your spellcasting modifier, so you're still, it still has some issues with that extra damage from the second weapon. Although I don't remember how it works with throwing the offhand weapon. I've never actually tried offhand. Yeah, it sucks, because I have a really fun build involving Warlock. If I could only get the extra the offhand weapon to work off of your spellcasting modifier. What was I doing? I got these things up here. What if I... Nah, it's okay. I'll have to rework. I'm gonna have to come up with a better idea for how to wire all this stuff later. What was I doing? Oh, let's go start stripping the pipes out of the walls. Let's see. The fighter, like I said, fighter's got some really good cross-class capabilities, but I honestly, Yeah, no, I'll talk about fighter more with some of with the other cross class stuff. Monk's really fun. I think most of the monk stuff is just kind of just good on its own. It's just a very good base to start with. Um, I'd be interested in playing like Way of the Shadow Monk for the stealth stuff, because stealth is really strong in Baldur's Gate if you can get it to work properly, or if you like focus on it. And I think and I think that Way of the Shadow Monk is probably going to be one of the stronger stealth based builds, just because later on you get to like teleport between shadows, and you can go invisible as an action, which is a pretty fun one if you get into too much trouble. Honestly, Way of the Open Hand is also just really strong, especially since they like rolled in some of the Kinsai monk type stuff, because like the way it works in Baldur's Gate is that Way of the or what is it? Your monk weapons are just weapons that you're proficient with, which is way better than how it's done in base 5e. Because like it's much better having it just be what you're proficient in, because I think one of the big issues in that was one of the big issues in 5e is that like there were a lot of stipulations, like you couldn't have it be like two-handed, or like it was monk weapons were just like martial weapons and whatnot. But making it so that it's just what you are proficient in means you can use a lot of heck. You can use a lot of the different class no, not class, the racial weapon proficiencies. Obviously it still doesn't work with two-handed weapons, so like the human weapon proficiencies that they added in, which really great addition to the game, don't really help you much as a monk, but your racial proficiencies from being like an elf, even a drow, is still pretty good. Or dwarf. That's one of the things I personally I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the dwarf racials in the game, but it would be a very interesting build to go a dwarf monk, that because you could use use warhammers, or just I guess just a warhammer, unless you went like the you could pick up that dual wielding feat that lets you dual wield weapons even if they're not light, which I think would be a really cool build, would be to go a dwarf monk that dual wields warhammers or battle axes. That would just be such a cool build. That would be a really fun one to do sometime. But like you can kind of do what I do with like Kinsai monk. If you go elf, I typically go wood elf anyways. I mean, wood elf is such a, like, we talk about races for a bit. Like, wood elf is one of the strongest, if not the strongest race in the game. You get proficiency in perception and stealth, which the stealth is whatever. I mean, you get perception just for being any kind of elf. But you get the proficiency in you get the proficiency in stealth from being a wood elf, and you get let's see, you get the 5 extra feet of movement speed, which is pretty good. I mean, like, it's one of those things where it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like a make or break thing, but like it's worth noticing, you know? It's definitely worth it. And then like the weapon proficiencies that elves get are pretty crazy too. So like you can get you get long swords and long bows, which like on a monk is pretty crazy, because if you're playing a monk, you're probably going to be going dex based anyways. Like you should probably be putting most of your points into dexterity, just because of all the benefits you get as a monk. Um, but oh, you know what? I can do this. This is gonna look a little janky, but it's gonna be funny. How much does these have? 40? Okay, watch. I can hook this one up here and then just kind of sneak it around into this gold pipe. This is only going to work for this exact configuration, but it does save us a little bit of gold pipes. Ooh, speaking of which, let's there we go. I should probably just go ahead and lock out all of these if I can. Alright, belts are causing me problems. I'm not that interested in it. I'm pretty sure it's only going to go one way. Yeah. Okay, so now we have all of those hooked up. Okay, so let's see. So, yeah, if you're going you're probably going to be putting all your points into dexterity. And then so that means you got your ranged option covered because you can just carry a longbow, and those are like actually, you know, ridiculously good weapons. But you can also use your sword with for your main attacks. And like Way of the Open Palm is, or Way of the Open Hand is really crazy because you get that ability to like add extra damage onto your unarmed attacks, and you get to like pick the damage type, which is really cool because, you know, you can like select the right damage type for the encounter and everything, and that's always a really cool thing to be able to do. Let's see. But yeah, looks pretty cool. I like what they did with Way of the Four Elements. I'm glad that they gave that build a little bit of love, because honestly, in 5e, Way of the Four Elements is like terrible. Just absolutely like the worst subclass you can pick for Rogue. So having it get some love is definitely appreciated. Okay, so we have that there. Paladin's a fun one. Yeah, no, in 5e, like I've always wanted to do Way of the Four Elements because it's so cool, right? You're just playing Avatar at that point. And it's really cool conceptually, but like it is awful. It takes way too much ki to do anything in 5e. So it's really nice that they gave it a little bit of extra love in Baldur's Gate. Okay. Wait. Oh wait, no, not like that. Oops. Wrong. I shouldn't be doing it. Be doing it like this. No, not like that. I need there. Yeah, we should just be doing that. Go. So yeah, it's nice that they did it that way in Baldur's Gate. So then you have let's see. The next one we have is Paladin. Paladin's a really fun one. Actually, I don't know why I said that. I never really played Paladin. Paladin's another one of those ones that's really good for cross-classing, especially if you're playing a class that already functions off of Charisma. And they get those extra proficiencies in heavy armor. Definitely one of the ones that's worth going if you... man, I don't know. I don't think the smites are that good. I don't think they're worth a lot of the... I don't think they're really worth going into Paladin half the time. Like... most of the time you'd be better off just going further into, because like Paladins are really good for a cross class. I think like you can go if you're playing any sort of class that that doesn't already have access to heavy armor and would benefit from going heavy armor, and you're wanting to do like a melee, like an unconventional class in a melee build, they're definitely really good for the smites. But I feel like they just end up um, I feel like because of if this was like if you could go to all the way to level if you could go like to a higher level in Baldur's Gate, I think Paladin would be a lot stronger contender. But I think like as it is, it competes too much with a lot of other stuff. Like they don't their early game stuff is okay, but not, I don't know. I don't know if it would necessarily be super worth dipping far into. Now, that being said, Paladin Warlock is a really fun cross class because they both work off of charisma, and it like having the smites when you're playing like Pact of the Blade Warlock, really good. So like I would say Paladins tends to not be super worth it unless you're doing like cross class with like Warlock or Sorcerer, since they both are also charisma based. I think that's where Paladin cross classing really shines, is with those two. Okay, let's see. I've got my steam machines hooked up for now. I've got electricity production going. All I really need to do is move my stuff around a bit. Which is like going to be this music all the time. The issue is if I turn it down too much, it's you're not gonna be able to hear some of the other music, which is, I guess, whatever. Yeah, I do need to work on the assembler. I want to move my machines first. I just need to decide where I'm going to be putting my my mechanical powered machines. Because I need to move these things. We'll just get rid of these for now. I guess we do still need the mechanical machines for the assembler. See, I could just bring the... What do you hook into? Do you hook into... Yeah, what I thought. Maybe I do put this back like this. Okay, hold on. We'll get back to actually playing Minecraft for a little bit. Instead of just talking about Baldur's Gate. Now that I'm at a point where I'm having to actually like focus and do stuff. I like talking about Baldur's Gate though. You guys aren't gonna be able to stop me from talking about Baldur's Gate. It's one of the perfect games if you are if you're really invested in doing character builds, which I very much am. That's not how that's supposed to go. There we go. Okay. And yeah. I wonder if I've got any more. God, we're starting to fill up all of our chests with junk. I'm putting pipes back here and cables and shafts. Whatever. Okay. While I gather that. Ranger's a fun one. Like I've already mentioned a build for Ranger. Oh, I did hear. Okay, I will say the new update that's coming up. I am excited about what Rangers are getting, because Rangers are getting Swarm Keeper as their extra build, their extra subclass, and it looks really good actually. Let's see. I needed some bricks. Yeah, give me those limestone bricks. True, that is a bit of an oversight, but I think they're supposed, like, I think crows are a wee bit large for this interpretation of Swarm Keeper, because this one's all I sneezed, but I sneezed very, very softly, so as to not disturb any of you. Yeah, that's right, because this version of Swarm Keeper, you get to pick you get to pick from bees, jellyfish, or moths. And I think crows, I guess it depends, because like bees and moths make sense. Although you can get some really big moths, but jellyfish are a little bit bigger. So maybe they should have put actually, dude, okay, hold on. This has nothing to do with Baldur's Gate. I just realized something. This works out so well because we're wanting to get the kinetic mixer, and the kinetic mixer, we can put the kinetic mixer right here, right? We can have the kinetic mixer right here and give it electrical power and rotational power. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I think, like, functionally, they are very close to each other. I don't remember what the differences are. Hold on. It's, I know it has the whole thing here. Scent. Okay. The difference is, okay, it's very weird. Bees deal piercing damage, whereas moths do psychic damage? Which... eh. They're psychic moths. But the cool thing about Swarmkeeper is, you're able to, like, use them to, like, lift yourself up. Like, you can gain a flying speed for a short time. Alright, I'm gonna put this stuff in. I'm just gonna kind of... What do we even have that we need? The rolling mill. The rolling mill, the saw, the mechanical press, which isn't even that important of an item anymore. I have... God, I'm starting to... really need to not have to I don't know what we're gonna... I don't even know what we're doing with this room anymore. Hold on. I need... Okay, I need... rolling mill. Rolling mill. Let's turn... I said, let's... Okay. Has this always looked like this? I feel like this looks different now. Maybe it's because it always starts out like this and it never, like... Because they're always moving, so it doesn't look like they're right up against each other. Okay, le saw. There we go. A saw, a depot for the mechanical press, and I think that's mostly it, isn't it? I know we had a depot for the deployer, but we kind of moved those over, didn't we? Okay. Actually, you know what would probably be better? Actually, no, it wouldn't be better. I don't think so. All right, so hold on. Back to our scheduled Minecraft content. Don't think you guys are getting off easy. We'll go back to Baldur's Gate here in a little. I say as if I'm holding hostage here, when in reality, you guys probably are completely fine with me talking about Baldur's Gate ad nauseum. There we go. Get some covers for this. Boop, boop. There we go. I know, right? I really am, like, holding you guys hostage here talking about a game that pretty much everyone in chat is probably likes a lot. How am I gonna do this? Let's do... 1, 2, 3, 4. God. There we go. Wait, okay. I don't know why, but for some reason, this rotating stuff for create always messes me up. I can never figure out how the rotation works, even though it's actually really simple. There we go. I figured it out this time. Okay, another mechanical belt. Okay. Okay, hold on. What I can do... Okay. Putting a shaft there would work, but I think what we'll need is gearbox. Can I? Does this do anything for anyone? Does this make sense, or I think this is a bit much. Okay, hold on. I need to move this. I need to move the belt. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to get away with that one. We have lots of shafts left over. There's a way I can... God. It would be silly, though. See, because what I could do is I could have, like... I could put gearboxes in the walls and do a gearbox, a gearbox, a gearbox, and a gearbox. There's 4 gearboxes, though. Each one uses up 2 ingots. Wait, what if I did... What if we did a normal gearbox? And then did... See, now it's just a safety hazard. Or I could also do like that. See, the issue is it would come down here. And then we would still have to gearbox it. See, this is... Oh, wait. No. Hold on. I have it. Okay. We have to take this off. There we go. Okay, this is gonna work. I just need another belt. Let's see. Where did I put them? Where did I put all that leather I had on me? I could also put it in the wall. Ah, there it is. Snap it. Okay, because what is... The thing is, I wish you could, like, fully encase the belts. Because I'm pretty sure when you encase the belt, it's like that. Which isn't fully encased, but actually this looks way better than I remember this looking. Did they change this? Because I remember this looking worse. Okay, but I have a plan. Let's bust a hole in the wall. Okay, and then I can... Pickaxe is about to run out of durability. And then... I could always just put... Yeah, like that. And then... Which this isn't the worst. I just wish it wasn't such an obvious hole in the wall. Do the other casings look better? Is a question. We have copper casing. We can always make bronze casing, but I'm pretty sure they all look the same, don't they? At least when it comes to like using it on the same item. But we're gonna find out. Okay. Well, I guess the answer is I can't use copper casing on this, can I? I just wish we could fill in the space in between. Because, like, this would definitely be better for us to do because... Man, if only this would, like, fill up, like, the whole block with the texture. Can I... Nope. Okay, that's not it. Yeah, if I could just get the solid texture, it'd be so much better. So then I could incorporate it into the walls, and it wouldn't look weird. I think it looks too weird. I think this is too weird. I think we need to... I think we need to have it on the inside, just because it's too weird. Highlight, that's right. Alright, I do have to figure out which direction this thing is going. I don't even know if the belt is going the right way. Okay, it is. Perfect. I could just throw stuff onto here. Thank you, torches. Thank you for going out. Okay, see, this is working pretty well. And then let me just go get my other machines, my other electrical machines, and move them in here. Oh boy, we're gonna need... This place isn't even... I don't know. I think we may have to, like, we may have to stack machines on top of each other to start with. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think, we have less pin cables than previously anticipated. Because I think we're probably just gonna have to start stacking machines on top of each other, because I don't want to have to rewire this again. We'll work on that later. I think we'll also do something. I don't know. Okay, we've spent enough time on this. Everything is now mostly hooked up. This thing just needs to be done. We have all of our steam production. Everything's going great. So now it's time to start working on the assembler. Okay, we'll do this and then this. Okay, just give us standby. All of those are good. The piston, small steel gears, I can figure out how to do that on my own. It's not that hard. Although, yes, let's just put it on the alloy smelter. So I get the right number of those. One of those. Let's see. More rubber sheets. Oh boy, I've been dropping a lot of frames recently, haven't I? I just saw the thing update. Like I said, I apologize for any dropped frames, but it's the weather that's causing it, so hopefully that clears up by tomorrow. Okay. Okay, good. Having the centrifuge be able to run full time is very nice. Okay, that's good. I'm glad it's not affecting you guys too much. It's hard for me to fully ascertain how it's looking for you guys on your end. Let's see. Okay. Okay, assembler. I think our recipe tree is done. I have to redo it again tomorrow because for some reason the recipe tree doesn't save. Okay. Oh god. Okay, let's go put up some of this extra junk I have in my inventory. Ooh, about to run out of water. That's your cue, everybody. If you haven't drank water in a while, go drink some water. I probably should do that too. I just have I've got a soda. Soda. I only ate I only ate some ramen today so far. I mean, I add stuff to my ramen, so it's actually a heartier meal than you would think. But I've run out of things 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 to eat. Oh, I need to go to the store today. I need to go to the store after stream sometime. Uh, because there's some fish sticks on sale at the store, and I got some cocktail sauce, and I would like to eat the fish sticks. I would like to eat the cocktail sauce, really. I'm not a huge fan of seafood, but uh, it's it just goes so well with cocktail sauce. Like it's a hard thing to pass up. Okay. Oh gods. I need more steel. Blech. Yeah, I need more I need more steel. Oh god, we need let's put this iron bloom into the forge hammer while we're waiting. Ah man, what does it take to make the create toolboxes? Create tool. Because the brown one's the default one, so that's not hard at all. Actually pretty easy. Or just have to do up some more gold. Attribute filter back where it belongs. Okay. I've got... Gotta go do... it's time for more iron. I hate having to admit it every time we need to go out and get more iron. But I think it's time to get some more iron. And it's always this way, isn't it? It's always more iron. Iron is oh man, once we get those miners, I'm gonna be having a lot of fun mining up iron with the miners. I don't even know what season it is right now. It's late winter. Oh, it's February. Year 3. Can't remember if the game starts at year 0 or year 1 though. I think it starts at 1. So this is like second year. Man, our average viewership has been doing pretty well today. I must say, it's been pretty great. We've had a whole like 5 viewers for a good portion of the stream. We're very close to hitting the mark for getting affiliate as far as average viewership goes, which does remind me, since we're in a bit of a transitional period here, walking down the road and everything and going to get some more iron. If you aren't following the stream and you would like to get more notifications on when I go live for other things, make sure you give it a follow. I actually think I've lost a follower. Now that I'm looking at it, I have 11 followers. I must have I don't know what I did, but I think I lost a follower somewhere along the line. That's okay. I'm thinking I have some plans. Yeah, no, it's fine. It may have been that one person who just followed so they could solicit from me. Which in that case, it's whatever. They weren't, you know, really here for the show anyways. Yeah, this would be if that thing is accurate showing that I've lost a follower, then yeah, that would be the first follower I've lost. I could have sworn I didn't check. I'd have to look because I'm sure I could probably check my I could probably check my analytics to see when they lost, but I may have lost them this stream, which would be really funny. The concept of somebody like following me and then like I'm not talking about Minecraft, I'm just talking about Baldur's Gate. And they get upset and leave. I really doubt that's the case, but it's a funny thing to think about. Okay, let's clear out a couple areas here. Two, 4. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm half expecting that it was that one person who followed just to like solicit from me. But I guess we probably have a bunch of people who are already following, watching, which is cool. We've been building a pretty fun little community here, and I get a lot of regulars now, which is really great. Honestly, I'd much rather have a few regulars than having a huge amount of just having a bunch of followers, which is why, like, you know, like I've had people come by and try to sell followers to me, and it's like, yeah, no, I'd rather have an accurate representation of how I'm doing. Yeah, I think we're going to have to we're going to have to do some stuff for the numbers at some point. I have some plans with that that Pokemon Nuzlocke stream. Would be really fun, I think. Two, 4. Because the thing is, like, we've been doing really good, and I'm getting a high average viewer count, which is really nice. I feel like I'd rather have a high viewer count than a high follower count, but the only issue is that one of the requirements for Twitch affiliate is the 50 followers. Which is why I think that the Pokemon Nuzlocke would be such a good thing, because I feel like I could, if I did stuff like that regularly, I feel like we could probably push ourselves over 50 followers, and it might not translate into like proper viewership, because you'd have people who are joining for the Pokemon stuff, and then they probably wouldn't stick around for the Minecraft stuff. Because like it's the thing where, like, I think a lot of the people who are watching us now are probably also like Pokemon. So I think like my normal viewers are probably going to be into the idea of the Pokemon Nuzlocke. But I don't think the viewers that I would gain from a Nuzlocke would necessarily translate into I don't think they would be as interested in the TerrafirmaGreg stuff. I think it's like most people who play TerrafirmaGreg probably like Pokemon, but I don't think most people who play Pokemon would like TerrafirmaGreg. It's I don't think there's a huge amount of crossover in that direction. But I'll be real with you. I want to do the Pokemon Nuzlocke real bad. I've always wanted to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke, and I've just never had the motivation to like see one through. But if I'm doing it for stream, oh man, that would be such a fun stream too. If it's gonna be an 8-hour stream like I am wanting, I'm thinking it's either 8 hours. I don't know if I'll do. I think I'll do 8 hours or until I beat the Nuzlocke maybe. I don't know if we'll do. I just don't know if we'll do. I don't know if we would do something else after the Pokemon Nuzlocke. I feel like 8 hours is pretty good, but also considering I've never done a Nuzlocke, I don't think I don't know if I'll be able to get it done in 8 hours, or if I would need more time than that. But then like I feel like Pokemon Nuzlockes of like Pokemon Emerald aren't really all that complicated. So I feel like, and especially if we're skipping time by using the rare candies, I think we're going to, I think it'll take, it might not take a full 8 hours. So I'm trying to decide if I'll just continue on and play like TerrafirmaGreg for a bit, or if I'll just end the stream early. I guess it really depends on, I guess it really depends on a lot of things. Maybe I could do some like extra stuff, because there's a lot of extra stuff in the post game for Pokemon Pokemon Emerald. So like there's a lot of extra stuff we could do. Oh, that's right. I left this thing and it didn't even do anything because I forgot to put the thing on top. Oh, and you have to be on the side. Let's see. But that's okay because I need you to crush up all of this. Oh gods. Yeah, I keep looking over at my bitrate chart, and it keeps it keeps dropping by a lot. Okay, give me that. Do this magnetite dust. Yeah, but I really want to do. There's a couple things I want to do. There's a couple things I'd like to do, and I've got to prepare. I really want to prepare for the for this potential Nuzlocke stream, because like I think like I think that like I guess I'm just gonna store dusts back here for a bit. Just dusts in general. What happens if I centrifuge this vanadium magnetite? Okay, it has extra chance for extra iron. Okay, I like this. I'm liking this centrifuge so far. It's a good thing we got this thing hooked up. That like 3-day interlude where we just figured out how to get this thing running full time was worth it. So like the there's a lot of things I need to do. I need to do like a lot of things with like with like the UI, I think, because I want to have some extra UI elements that show things like what badge we're on and what Pokemon we have in our party, which shouldn't be that shouldn't be too terribly difficult. There's a lot of things I can do for that. I want to see if there's I wouldn't be surprised if other people have like put out overlays that you could use, and I wonder if they have some stuff that do some more like automatic stuff. It probably wouldn't be too hard, but even if I have to do it myself from scratch, I think I think it wouldn't be that hard to make. Is this magnetite? Magnetite? Why are these in separate piles? I don't understand why these are separate piles, but whatever. So yeah, I think that there's just a lot of stuff I need to set up. I'm thinking of. Ooh, I can see my bitrate dropping there for a second. I've lost 2.4% of all my frames in the past like 3 hours, which is a little bit of a crazy amount, to be honest. Um, okay. Let's see here. What was I doing? Um, I don't, I don't, I don't, I don't remember. Um, I'm mostly just waiting on this. I'm waiting on this stuff to get centrifuged out, and I don't know if I'll wait around for the rest of the dust, but uh, doing this is going to give me quite a bit of iron because I need the steel. I kind of need both. I need both the steel and the iron, but I really need the steel. Um, so I want to do some stuff with my avatar as well. Since I'm mostly known through this little avatar guy that I made, my Minecraft character, I was thinking of maybe going in and changing the skin so it looks more like the main character uh from Pokemon Emerald, which I think would be a pretty fun little thing. Put the Ash hat on. Well, we're gonna be playing Pokemon Emerald though. If I can't figure out how to do that, maybe we will just put the Ash hat on. um I could just like put like a straight up just a normal like just a normal PNG. Uh I think it would be really funny if I just like overlaid a PNG of Ash's hat over my character instead of like actually putting any effort into it. Um wouldn't it? It would be really funny. I'm keeping that idea as a backup. In case I like either don't find the time or I can't do it myself. I'm gonna keep that as a backup. Okay. Let's melt some iron. Okay, this is probably gonna take a little bit of time. Um, all right. I'll put up my. Did I put up the copper dust in the back, or do I just have stuff kind of strewn throughout the throughout the office at this point? Vanadium dust, vanadium dust, vanadium magnetite dust. Okay. I think we're gonna get some really cool. Cause there's already some magnetite dust. Okay. This is. I love this. We're gonna start. We're gonna start being so efficient with our ore. We're gonna be processing so much ore. Oh my god. Okay. Um. Excuse me. Me oh my. Yeah, we just gotta come up with a couple things for what we're doing with the Nuzlocke stream. It'll be fun though, because we'll get people can like put their names in for the Pokemon and we can do strategies. I think the only thing I'm gonna do, I don't think I'm going to like prepare outright or do any like crazy like because there's some pretty crazy stuff you can do with manipulation um for the Pokemon Nuzlocks. Because like you can like manipulate encounters real crazy. Like if the encounter you want is like a higher level than the rest of encounters in the area, um you can use the repel trick to try and get the exact Pokemon you want, or you can have what is it? You can specifically like plot out encounters so that you're like you can try and get a certain encounter on a certain route so that you can only get the encounter you want on a later route. Which really cool stuff. I really like that aspect of Pokemon Nuzlocke where you can like put a lot of extra strategy. But I think for just a normal Pokemon Emerald playthrough, I don't think we have to go that far. But I think what I'll do is I'll probably have like a cheat sheet of some sort up that will at least let me know what Pokemon other the like encounters have. Just because I don't want to be caught too terribly off guard when I don't need to. Because then it's like you can't really like strategize around not knowing what the heck's coming out next or what moves this guy has. But I don't know. We'll see if I end up doing that or if I just go with whatever we have. Okay. We need 12. This is another one of those songs that's really loud for some reason. I need to take a lot of these songs out into into some post-production stuff and like try to equalize the sounds between all of my audio stuff, because right now it's just not balanced at all. Okay. Flux. Oops. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, good. Okay. I think... Well, no. I was gonna say we start this up and then we go make something to eat, but I have to actually, like, watch the blast furnace or else it gets sad. Okay. There we go. Oh boy, more steel. I crave steel. Ah. I crave the strength and certainty of steel. At least we're not having to pour stuff into ingot molds anymore. Man, that was a dark time where we just had to do that the entire time. Mechanical pumps, I love you. I love your ability to just interact with literally anything that has a fluid inventory. Speaking of fluid inventory. Sky water. True. Oh man, I need to finish that game at some point. I never finished Mechanicus, and I really need to. It's pretty good on the Steam Deck too. I just haven't gotten around to like actually finishing it. But like, it's such a good game. The builds you can do with the different characters in Mechanicus or the different the stuff you can do with your tech priests, really good. Man, maybe I don't have to keep putting so much fuel into this blast furnace, seeing as I only end up using like half of it. Okay. God, I can't wait. We need to get an electric forge hammer at some point too, because this is slow. Okay. While this, I'm gonna have this start working on the steel, and then I'm going to go and work on collecting some other stuff. Because we can make the electric rods now. Oh, I need to make a I need another cable. Because I don't think we have any lying around. How's the centrifuge doing? You're done? Okay, just ignore how dark it is. Yeah, ignore. Okay, let's go see if I can find... I don't think I have any extra tin cables around, so I'm probably just gonna have to start making them. Yeah, I think I don't know how I ended up with less cables. I must have like attached one of the machines onto like the side of a cable at some point because I need another cable for that polarizer, or I could just move it slightly. Let's let's do that one. Let's just slap it back here for a little bit. Okay, we need 20 iron rods and 10 magnetic rods, so we need 30 rods in general. And yeah, the only way we're gonna get that is the rolling mill. 15 ingots on a rolling mill. Sounds like my kind of party. At least we're not having to spend all the redstone anymore. It would actually be a little tragic if we had to spend all of our redstone on that stuff. Speaking of spending stuff on stuff, I need more sulfur. That really had nothing to do with what I was just saying, but shut up. We need to go back to the sulfur mines yet again. It's sulfur mine o'clock. It must smell terrible. Oh, you know what? I have a funny I have a funny story involving sulfur, which I feel like is something that you don't get very often. So I had a oh no. This is okay. So I had to leave for a bit, leave the house for about a week. We went to go visit my partner's parents again. This was a while ago, so this was like last time we left. So we have a friend in town who watches over our cats while we're gone. But the cats are they're pretty good at taking care of themselves. They don't do much. So they do a really good job of taking care of themselves. Whenever we leave for a long period of time, I'll get the I have a gravity feeder for them and a gravity waterer somewhere. And that's what we leave them with when we have to leave for a week. I feel really bad about it. It's honestly the main thing I'm thinking about whenever I'm gone for long periods of time is just how are my babies doing? They're probably lonely, and that's sad. But I don't know. I just try not to think about that too much. So they have the gravity feeder and the gravity waterer, which keeps them fed and watered, as the names imply. Is there already soup in here? Wait, what? Hold on. I don't know why. Okay. It was a visual glitch, that's why. So they don't need like much attention when it comes to food and water because of those things. The feeder and waterer can keep them enough food and water for like probably a couple weeks, depending. Like they actually have the water, they actually hold like a lot of food and water, so the cats are fine for a little bit while they munch on that food. The litter box is a little bit more of an issue. A lot of times we just left out like extra litter boxes for them and then just kind of dealt with it when we got home. Like they were pretty dirty and pretty full litter boxes by the time we got home, but at least they were going in the boxes and not like elsewhere. And until recently when my cat had started, I don't know, being weird about the litter robot, which, speaking of which, I really need to clean that stupid thing again. I cleaned it. I don't remember the last time I cleaned it. I need to clean it again. I think that's also part of the reason why she's not using it as much. It probably just doesn't like how smelly it is or something. Anyways, the last time we left, we just left the litter robot there, and we just had our friend come by, and she would check on it every other day. And really all she had to do was like, I let her know, because the litter robot has the app that tells you when when the drawer is getting full, so I would just let her know that, hey, the litter needs to be changed today. And it's super easy, right? And you just have to like top off the litter a little bit. And so it's easy. I think the issues I've been having recently is just that one cat has been drinking so much water that she just keeps peeing in the litter robot, and I think my other cat just doesn't like how it smells like other cat pee all the time. Um so but at the time it was working out much better. So my friend really just had to like fill it up every once in a while. But see, here's the thing. This friend doesn't have cats. She has dogs. She's a dog person. She doesn't have cats. She doesn't really like cats that much, relatively speaking. But so like she didn't really know a huge amount about like taking care of the cats. And so like I guess one of the things that I didn't really think about like making sure she understood is like she like I guess she just doesn't know what like litter like looks like or what it is or whatever, because luckily she didn't end up doing this, but she came very close to putting the wrong thing in the litter robot, in the litter box. So you guys have heard me talk about how I constantly try to use or like find ways to reuse those litter buckets, right? And one of the ways that I reuse those litter buckets is just like putting stuff in them. This is a pretty basic thing, if you got a container and you want to find something to do with it, just put something else in that container, right? So I use them a lot for my gardening stuff, right? Because like there's nothing really in cat litter that should really like adversely affect plants if it's like a small amount, right? Like if I put a little bit if a little bit of litter dust gets in the soil, it's not that big of a deal. So is why I don't really care too much about it. But anyways, I put my gardening stuff back in those things, right? Like one of the things is fertilizer. Luckily, my house sitter did not grab the fertilizer and try to put it in the litter box, which is honestly a mistake that is fairly understandable. Like litter and fertilizer kinda does look pretty similar, right? No, that's not what she did. What she did was she grabbed my she almost put my elemental sulfur in the I can't just I need you to hold so like I have a bucket of like elemental sulfur that I add to the soil to like increase the acidity of the soil, right? And my friend tells me this story about how she almost filled my litter box with elemental sulfur. Yeah. Now, okay, this isn't even the craziest part of this story, because she was she was recounting this story to me. She was like, "Oh yeah, I almost put that bucket of I found that bucket you had on the front porch, and I thought that would be what goes in the litter box. So I almost put that in there, but I realized it wasn't. So I didn't put that in there." But she tells me one of the reasons why she thought that bucket of sulfur was the litter was, she says, and according to her, she was like, "Oh, I thought it was litter at first because it just smelled so good." And to this day, I don't quite understand what that was about, right? This is a bucket filled with pure elemental sulfur. It's just sulfur. But for some reason, my friend is like, "Yeah, this has got to be litter. It smells too good to not be litter." And it's like, girl, it's sulfur. It's like one of the main things that is known for not smelling good. Yeah, I yeah. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know why she thinks elemental sulfur smells good. I remember looking at her and I was like, man, you might want to get that checked or something. Cause yeah, I don't I don't know. I don't know if it's just like she has some kind of weird um association with sulfur that makes her thinks it smells good, or if like if her sniffer just isn't working all the way. But yeah, and she almost put elemental sulfur in the litter box because it smelled good, which is, you know, to each their own. You know, live, laugh, love, or something. But yeah, so that's we need we need sulfur for our for our rubber. And there's actually a lot of iron and stuff down here. What is... Okay, that just opens up into the rest of the world. Ta-da. Yeah, she's a good friend of mine. But this poor girl, she's very sheltered, unfortunately. She kind of grew up her family's very Catholic. is really, I mean, like, there's not another word for it, but it's the best word for it. She grew up very Catholic. She's very sheltered small town girl. But I don't think being Catholic has anything to do with liking the smell of sulfur. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not super up to date on Catholic doctrine. Not ever since they got the one pope that's actually kind of based. I think that guy's still alive. Popes don't last very long because they tend to be, like, you know, insanely old when they get the job. But they probably have pretty good healthcare, right? You know, it's really funny because, like, so, one of the main reasons, the main reason I know this friend is because, I went to high school with, the person who would become her husband. Okay. It was just cobblestone. I was like, oh no, cave in. But yeah, I'm good friends with her husband. And okay, I can do this. One of the weird things, I think this is weird. I guess it's probably not like, it's not like actually all that big of a deal. It's not really all that crazy, I guess. But mind you, these people are Catholic, but for some reason, my friend, who is Catholic, by the way, again, like I said, Catholic. But my friend, he has some kind of weird, he doesn't like the fact that the Vatican City is like its own separate thing. He doesn't like how he doesn't like the idea that the Catholic, like, that the Pope just has his own city where he gets to essentially make up the rules. And, like, I agree that this is, like, you know, I think this is, like, a fair thing to criticize, but at the same time, like, you're Catholic? I mean, like, I don't, at that point, if you're not, like, if you don't believe that, like, the Pope has like, some sort of divine authority, it's like, at that point, why wouldn't you just be, like, Protestant at that point? I don't pretend to understand the machinations of religious people, though, so... I don't know, maybe because it's like, in my opinion, I'm pretty sure like Catholics had like a whole argument about stuff like this a long time ago, and the end result was that a lot of people became Protestant over it. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, like, yeah, that's like kind of what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know, man. It's like, I thought you guys settled this argument a long time ago, and everybody who didn't like it became Protestant. Um, but this is also the guy who, this guy, I would say this guy also probably grew up relatively sheltered, um, because I, I had to explain to this guy, or like he was surprised when I was, because I was talking about like some stuff with religion, because like I've been in a lot of various parts of this country and the United States. Um, he didn't he didn't think that like he didn't believe like a lot of the things that like that Protestants like specifically like Southern churches sometimes get up to. Like for some reason he didn't believe like some of the weird, you know, like the real like fire and brimstone preachers, the Southern Baptists, the people who are like out there protesting at Planned Parenthood, and like the people who are like, you know, actually like the people who are like protesting gay marriage and stuff. He just didn't think that that actually happened. Like he just didn't believe that people actually believed that. And it's just like, what? Like I understand that you don't believe that personally, but like surely you understand there are people out there in the world that do believe this. I don't know what he thought that like people complained about. Cuz like I don't know. I uh to each their own, whatever you want. I feel like a lot of people, yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, you believe whatever you want to believe, but like you have to at least acknowledge that these people exist. Like I get that maybe you personally don't have hold the same beliefs as Southern Baptists. Like I would probably advise you not to hold the same beliefs as the Southern Baptists, but like those people believe it. I just don't know what I want to say, like, to give him credit, I guess. Like I said, I think he's just like, he was just fairly sheltered, and so like probably just never thought about it, or was never like confronted with the idea. But it you're right. It is a little, it rings a little naive. Give me that sweet sulfur dust. God, I need more of it. Look at how much sulfur dust we need. I don't think, I mean, okay. The extra procs from the centrifuge may get us enough, but we may actually have to go back and get more. Because of how many of these stupid rubber ingots I need. There's, it's like, we don't get any better until extruder. Hardly know her. Okay. That's not gonna help us out at all. Which I didn't think it would. But I've got to take any sort of, oh my god, fermenter. Wait, what? What have I clicked on? What have I clicked on? Yeah. If I recall, we don't get an upgrade to this for a while. Later on, we get to, yes, the chemical... Yeah, the chemical reactor, which gets us... and we would also need the fluid solidifier, I think. Yeah. Yeah, what we need is what we need to do is get a chemical reactor. God. Man. Jeez, there's a lot. Actually, maybe we get the chemical reactor. Man, chemical reactor and fluid solidifier. Ah, jeez, man, these hate these things. Things kind of suck. We're gonna need more steel. Yeah, it's just I think they are the next things we get. I just wish it didn't require 2 machines, you know? Cause like the chemical reactor, like there's a lot of cool stuff we get from it. Yeah. Yeah, I think chemical reactor and fluid solidifier is going to be the next thing that we get. No, not like that. Like this. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no. Okay, this is fine. Don't we... Does the steam extractor not work for it? What was I... What's this? Not metals? Well, but it should still work for the rubber, right? Because we get the fluid solidifier will turn the liquid rubber into a block of rubber. Okay. Well, we can put the upgraded extractor on the back burner for a bit then. Or who knows, maybe it'll end up being the next one. Wait, how does this... Okay, there it is. Alloy smelter, the block of rubber into ingots. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to go for that next, because this is getting a little bit ridiculous, the amount of sulfur we're having to spend just on rubber production. If we can do something about that, then I think it'll be very helpful for us. Heck, I'll be real with you, the oh god. What did we need this assembler for? Isn't this assembler just for making vacuum tubes? Like, I know it does a lot of things. You can do the liquid to the ingot too? Oh, okay. Ooh. Direct to sheet. That actually does sound pretty nice. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Is this assembler even going to be helpful for us? Oh yeah, it does do the resistors. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Because with the circuit assembler is what we need to actually make electronic circuits be more useful, right? So we have the assembler works on the Okay, but the thing is it going to help us like save resources? Because the thing is, if it's not going to help us save a lot of resources, it might be better to go for the chemical reactor and the fluid solidifier first. Okay, hold on. It does well, hold on. Yeah, no, it does make it okay. Yeah, no, this is useful. Because it's going to it makes vacuum tubes much cheaper. And if we got the I don't remember what it is that makes the I know there's a machine that you use for annealed copper wire, but that's going to be a while. But yeah, see, cuz it just takes it just takes copper wire, a steel bolt, and a glass tube to make 2 vacuum tubes. Okay, so this is definitely worth it. This is definitely worth it right now. Because making these stupid things easier. Arc furnace, that's what it is, yeah. Oh, and it does make the resistors for fairly cheap too. What is this? Glue. Why is this? What is different about these recipes? Charcoal dust. 4 wire. Oh, it uses annealed copper wire. Okay. we're definitely going to need that annealed copper wire. It looks like that gets us a lot of cheaper recipes. The arc furnace might be the next thing we get after the chemical reactor and fluid solidifier in that case. And because it's not like copper, it's not like it's a huge deal, but like getting access to these recipes that use the annealed copper is going to be a lot nicer for us. Okay. All right, back to the grind, I guess. Continue pounding these out. Charcoal, carbon. Yeah. Oh, we did actually. I think we got exactly the amount that we needed. Let's put this thing to work on some more things. Oh, I should have done the forge hammer on this first. We'll swap that out here in a second. I need these ingots, which are gonna go in the alloy smelter. Okay. I feel like it's going to be a while before we unlock the rest of the ore processing tree, isn't it? Because the rest of the ore processing tree... Where's the tree? Tree? I could have sworn... How do I get... There we go. Ore processing diagram. See, because what we're currently doing is essentially only outputs. Is this new? Is this tooltip updated? No, I think it's just the steam macerator doesn't have this tooltip. Does it actually? I feel like this tooltip's new. Only outputs the first slot shown in EMI/JEI until HV. Yeah, I feel like these tooltips are new. I feel like that wasn't in there before, but who cares? Who knows? See, because basically what we're doing is we're just centrifuging. Yeah, we're just centrifuging the impure dust. So like what we could do, yeah, I don't remember that being in the game, so they must have, like, added that in one of the recent updates, which is pretty cool. See, because what we could do instead... Actually, I'm not 100% sure. Purified. Okay, crushed can either... Okay, so crushed can either go to an ore washer to make into purified pyrite. And then the purified pyrite can either go into a thermal centrifuge or a basic macerator again. Okay, I see how this is... I see how this is plotting out a bit. What does this get used for, though? Okay, it gets turned back into dust. Okay. I'm just gonna say let's not worry about that, and let's just do our centrifuge stuff for now. Anyways, what else was I doing? Let's go get some more. Gonna do the crushing wheel. Oh, right, the crushing wheel. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Crushing wheel, ore washer, thermal centrifuge for low voltage. Yeah. we actually need the thermal centrifuge for that. Let me check. Yeah. Right, because until we get the higher returns off of the macerator, we'll need the crushing wheel. To get the crushed pyrite, and then into the ore washer, and then to the thermal centrifuge. That's kind of what I was seeing. And then this goes back. Oh, okay, I see. I didn't see this line over here. That's why I was confused. I didn't notice this line here that goes back into the macerator, and then okay. Yeah. That crushing wheel is gonna be. It's annoying that the crushing wheel. Okay. I mean, like, it doesn't take all that many resources to make, but it's kind of annoying that you need the 21 mechanical crafters, which again aren't as difficult to make as at first glance, and especially once we get the better recipe for the resistors. Yeah, that'll be added. That'll be I think once we have gotten it to the point where, like, the because we also want the circuit assembler at some point. Just not. Never mind. Circuit assembler is not going to be a thing for a while. Oh yeah, pyrite dusty. That's what I'm wanting. I want the pyrite. What was I doing? More rubber. More rubber. Okay. All of this rubber needs to go into the alloy smelter. Okay, I'm gonna put my stuff. I'm gonna put the dusts back here again, like I keep saying. Oh man, it is. We got another half hour left. I'm probably not going to be running around too much. I've been trying to take it a little slow this stream comparatively, especially compared to some of the past few streams we've had. I'm probably just going to hang out and talk for a little bit while we wait on these machines to finish up, because I don't think I have a whole lot that I need to do in between. Nothing super important, at least. We've been building a lot recently, too. Oh man, have we been building? Oh man, oh man. I'm glad I like the centrifuge though. I mean, just having the centrifuge has already made me so happy. This extra stuff that I'm getting from the pyrite dust. It was definitely a good idea to get this centrifuge. I know we originally just got it for the iron returns, but man, or to process the vanadium magnetite, but man, this has been it's proving to be a very nice. Okay, we need more iron plates. Let's throw these in the bender. And see, look at 24. Oh, right, you're not configured. See, it's using. Okay, can't run the centrifuge and the bender, probably because obviously these tin cables aren't able to carry enough power. How much is the gold? I'd recommend semi-automate centrifuge capote logs for a while. What is can I can do capote logs in the centrifuge? Oh, I can. Oh yeah. Yeah, what does this get us though? What's the I mean, the sticky resin's the obvious, like... Yeah, we're definitely going to want to, we're definitely going to want something, because we're going to need the sticky resin. Yeah. This stuff can't even be... okay, it turned into bioshaft. What does the bioshaft do? Oh, I can make dirt! I don't know why I was so excited about that. Is that all it does? Oh, wait, no. Brewery. Okay, we can turn it into bacteria and biomass. Requires sterile clean room. Okay. Biomass. What can I do with biomass starting off? Oh, I can centrifuge the sticky resin. Ah, okay. Okay, I see, I see. Biomass makes ethanol. That's kind of what I was assuming it would end up doing. Is that something that we even... is that something that we even use at, like, for a while? I don't know when we're going to be doing ethanol production. Yeah. Is this the only way to make glue? Oh, wait, no. We can centrifuge out actual balls of glue as well. Yeah. Okay, what am I... oh. Yeah, we'll have to... we'll look into that eventually. I don't want to bother with, oh, I'm trying to figure out, like, what gives me the most, the most returns on, like, quality of life. I think that's been, like, a lot of what we've been doing in the low voltage age is just me. This whole thing has just been, um, yeah. The wires, I mean, it just means I can't really run more than, I can't run more than one machine at a time, which is fine. I know I'm gonna need more steel ingots than this. See, the thing is, though, I'm pretty sure we could actually run 2 turbines if we wanted to. So that's always the thing that we can look into later. Because I'm pretty sure those gold pipes... gold pipe. Yeah, they do 100 and... yeah, 150, which would be able to run 2 turbines full time if they needed to. So that's, I think I mentioned this before, but that's another way we can, increase... another upgrade we can make later. But I think it's going to be a while before we bother with that. Okay, forge hammer. Oh, right, this area needs... okay, vendor's done. I'm gonna wait until this is done. We're gonna need more steel. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go out and make... yeah, I mean, because we actually need 3 more right now, but... oh, I never did check. I didn't finish with the, okay, put this in there. And 2 turbines would be useful if you want to run machines semi-automatically. Yeah. I think I think what we're gonna have to do, and once we get these machines, because like I mentioned before, we're really just like making machines that help us make machines, is like the vast majority of what we've been doing. Wow, out of iron already. Sad. That's okay. We're getting some more with the centrifuge and everything. Once we finish up this whole like arc of making machines that make it easier to make machines, we're probably going to have to start separating things out into separate areas, potentially with their own steam turbines. Because I think what... well, heck, there's so much... I know we just spent all that time making that stuff downstairs so that we can... so that we can run... oh, heck. Maybe it is just... maybe... the... man, we need... We need more pipes. We need better pipes, I think. What are what do we use to run? No, heck, I forgot that this does this. Normal? Okay. Okay, so... Oh, wait, that's right. With steel, we don't... With steel, or with steam, the temperature doesn't matter that much. So, we're really looking for, like, the biggest throughput. I think it's going to be aluminum, isn't it? Aluminum has such a high throughput on just the normal pipes. How far away are we from man, that's what I was worried about, is that we're too far away from aluminum processing, aren't we? 'Cause how do we even make aluminum? Probably either probably electric blast furnace. Aluminum. Oh, that's actually not that. Well, maybe it's more difficult than I was giving it credit for. I mean, I guess technically needs the electric blast furnace. Okay. Does it though? Because look, you can take crushed aluminum ore. How do we even get crushed aluminum ore? I think I'm mostly gonna get bauxite. Well, because this is with aluminum. I think we have mostly access to bauxite. Don't we? Bauxite. I think so. But I'm also wanting to look at... What's up, Pink? How's it going? I think it is the same vein. I guess I thought bauxite like turned into I thought bauxite gave aluminum, but no, I was mistaken in that belief. To be fair, that information really only came from playing other Minecraft mod packs, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that that's not actually how it works. Okay, but look. That's okay. You don't feel obligated to show up if you're not feeling well. Okay, but look, okay, so aluminum, crushed aluminum ore, right? Crushed aluminum ore into thermal centrifuge, into macerator, gives us aluminum dust. So, do we need the electric blast furnace for this? Because then this just gets, oh, I guess you do need the electric blast furnace to process it into the metal. Unless, no. No, yeah, you need the electric blast furnace to make it into the metal itself. And that's medium voltage. Okay, yeah, so we can't do that until... Yeah. Okay, so I guess it really is... we'll just use gold. We have so much gold. It's annoying having to use up. Well, because so the issue, like, the aluminum pipes, right, like, the small aluminum pipes use up 200. I think the issue is... So for, like, the gold pipes, like, the huge gold pipes... have a limit of 600. Which take up a lot to make. Okay, well. I think what might end up actually being more useful is it might be more useful to, like, pump, it might be a better idea to just pump lava and water around the base. and have like individual rooms with their own individualized oh, hello. What do you call it? Steam production. But the issue is like the normal steam furnaces don't like give off that much steam. And let's see, I don't know. Oh, congratulations, Pink. Yeah, make sure you don't miss that. It would be sad if you did. Hold on. Where am I? What am I? I think magnetite dust and pyrite dust. I think this is what we're gonna go. We're gonna go melt that. Yeah, well, thanks for joining. Even though it's so late in the stream, I really do appreciate it. And I hope your appointment goes well. 64, and then another 16 should be 96, right? Probably? No, it's probably another 32. Yeah, another 32, so I need 2 more stacks. Yeah, that's true. I guess, you know, I always say, like, I appreciate you guys a lot for coming in, but I keep forgetting that you guys are, like, also getting something out of this. Like, I keep reading that people are, like, here to be for the entertainment, not not just out of obligation. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, we were talking about Pokemon earlier though. I think I can do a full Nuzlocke in 8 hours, right? Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke probably won't take more than 8 hours if we're using rare candies. A tiny bit in TFG, but didn't do much other than getting a full double chest of kaolin clay and got 2 low pressure machines I don't know how to use. Yeah, the low pressure machines, the steam stuff is pretty easy. So you need yourself a boiler. So you're gonna want, starting off, low pressure is fine. Low pressure steam boiler. This one burns solid fuels. This one burns liquid fuels. Personally, I would recommend getting a liquid boiler first. You can make glass. Oh yeah, both. Yeah, yeah. Especially because the quests kind of make you get them. Yeah. So your liquid. I would recommend using the liquid low pressure boiler, because it gives up. It gives off a lot more than the solid one, and it has less like overhead, I guess. What I would recommend doing, I mean, you can use the solid boiler, especially starting out, is pretty good. But I would make a coke oven, and then you can pump the creosote into your liquid boiler to make steam, and that's probably the best way to do it, because you can semi-automate that, especially if you have, because it doesn't use the creosote very quickly. And yeah, you're right, Adora. I did forget about that pact that we made. I've that is true. I do give out semi magical powers, but they're the kinds of ones that are like they're the kinds of ones that are like not useful. Like you can use telekinesis, but only on eggs and only if no one is watching. Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. I do have the VODs on on YouTube. One of these days, and I think this is one of the things that maybe we should do in a one of the things that I think would be really fun to do as a what is it? One of the things we could do for a stream at some point is maybe work on making some videos for like showing how to do things. What I'd probably do is I'd probably like have the stream going and get the footage for the streams. Um, the like I could get footage during a stream and then edit the footage down into a video to like go over basic stuff for starting with like TerrafirmaGreg. And it might be fun to do that because you guys could remind me to like show certain things. Okay. Pink, if you're having trouble with snow, one thing that I would recommend if you're not already doing this, so snow will not fall on path blocks. So any paths that you make, they won't collect snow. I had to do that when I was playing in a cold biome. I had to make paths because during the winter your character moves so slow through the snow. So you kind of have to make path blocks around so that it's just so you can move. Oh, actually, I found a sizable tin vein. I'm mining out, though it keeps caving in without making any sounds about to cave in. This supports 2 even 4 blocks with cross beams. So it's like actually caving in like the blocks around, because like I've had things happen where sometimes like if it's like near a cave system, sometimes other blocks will cave in even if you're doing everything right, just because it's like, I don't know, they realize that they need to cave in or something. I'm not too sure. I'd have to see a better example of exactly how it's going. Oh yeah. Yeah, I just never made a spade. I guess I have a blue steel one now, but I never bothered with making spades. I don't know what it is. I think it's just because of like how old I Oh yeah. Yeah, placing planks, that's a really good idea too, yeah. Because like it won't go through the planks. You could also chisel the roof. Chiseling can cause a cave in, but I'm pretty sure once the smooth blocks are in, I don't think they cave in after that, though maybe somebody else could talk about that. I've never really tried that myself, so. Not the vein, but that's what I'm pointing. It might have something to do with the cave system nearby. Okay, we need steel. I'm just gonna do like 8 pieces of charcoal because we never end up needing more. I know that smoothing the blocks themselves can cause cave-ins, but I don't know if the smooth blocks themselves can cave in or not. It's just because it's relatively easy to do because like all you need is a chisel and a hammer. And you don't have to like go about like placing them yourself. I've never had bricks cave in. I've only ever had the slabs for some reason. For some reason, the brick slabs always want to cave in. But I've never had the actual brick blocks themselves. But maybe I just haven't tried hard enough. Yeah, the wood slabs. I do know that the wood slabs, if like falling blocks will break the slabs. So that can cause an issue because if you cause a cave in, it'll just rip through wooden slabs. But I'm pretty sure the full like plank blocks it can't. Alloy smelter. I need. Is that all of my? There's no way. What did have to happen to most of my rubber pulp? I swear I had enough. Okay. Oh well. We'll just just do an extractor on some more Kapoke. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. I finally got this clipboard that helps me. See, like I haven't opened this in a while, but we never did test the kinetic mixer in creative. I don't remember even why we wanted. Oh, we did make a sloop. Oh, and lava. And a mining hammer. You know what's crazy? I heard Microsoft was going to start adding generative AI into Notepad. No. Ah, man. Hold on. I'm gonna throw another piece of charcoal in here. Because the realistic answer is because they spent like billions of dollars in AI, and they're going to use it. Okay, but also the other more conspiratorial answer is they add generative AI into things like Notepad so that they can train future AIs. That's actually like what a lot of AI does that a lot. They just train other things. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, I don't really understand how or why. Because here's the thing. You got to think about like your average user, not like people like us who are playing TerrafirmaGreg, but like I wouldn't be surprised if your average user doesn't even know anything about Notepad. Like, doesn't know what Notepad is. Like, surely it's not getting used that much. Like, well, I mean, I guess I don't know. I use sticky notes on my Windows computer. But I feel like a lot of average users just don't even use Notepad. Let's see, was watching a stream Saturday. Some Gundam knockoff merch battler game. And was all read by AI. Oh, mech? Yeah, mech. Oh, I said merch. No, you know what the crazy thing is? I mean, TTS is typically TTS is a pretty good thing. It's as far like for AI stuff, TTS is pretty good just because it's good as an accessibility tool. But like, you know, using it for your game is yeah, pretty bad. No, okay. Now listen, this has been affecting me recently because like I've mentioned, I keep mentioning how I'm searching through for music and everything. And I've been having to contend with I have to weed out any music that's like made with AI because like it's a lot of it. There's a lot of music out there, and like there was this crazy one where I've been using this one website and I can't remember off the top of my head what the name of the website is. I probably could figure that out eventually, but there's this one website where I get most of my music from. And it has like explicitly, it'll point out like this music was made using generative AI. And it's like, that's cool. I'm glad that like whatever with AI, but I'm glad when they are explicit. Like, I feel like that's the bare minimum, right? Is that you explicitly state that this was generated using AI. And the issue though is that I downloaded this one song and I was going to test it to see yeah, if it's based on someone who said you can use their stuff for TTS. Yeah, on Twitch, but ones that are just because like the TTS stuff is really good for like the Twitch is a really good example of like TTS being used for like a real like a good thing, and as long as as long as you have permission to use the person's voice to do it. Because like I think the vocal AIs are probably some of the least ethical ones, because most of the voice AIs that I've seen are that are on the market are like used to explicitly like rip off other people's, like just steal their voices and their likeness and whatnot. But not only that, most of the vocal AIs that I have seen online, you also have to pay for. It's like you're like you're stealing somebody else's likeness and I still have to pay for it. Like, that's insane. That's like an extra level of insane, you know? But like I said, I was looking through music, and this website mostly it has a thing that tells you if the music was made with AI, so I can avoid that kind of stuff. But like, I was looking at this one song, and typically before I like send a song in for like, for review to see if it works or not, one of the things that I do is I check the person's page, because despite the fact that the website that I get my music from is supposed to be completely like, it's supposed to be tagged as like royalty free, and according to the license of the website itself, you're supposed to be able to use it without attributing and everything. But I make sure to check people's I make sure to check the person's, like, because it has like their little profile and like the little blurb attached to every single one. Sometimes people put in there that they want to be credited in descriptions and stuff, so I try to, like, I just won't use that music because I want to respect their wishes and everything. But I saw this one song, and when I went to check their their little profile thing, said that they make music using AI. And I don't know if like this song in particular wasn't made using AI, or if they just didn't tag it properly. But because of that, I just tossed out the whole song in general and just went with other stuff. Let's see. That's the whole thing. I'm not a big music person, but even I appreciate the work and skill put behind music. You throw together things. Yeah. But hey, at least, but as you said, at least they say it's made with AI. Right. It's like that's the big thing with like AI, I think, is like there's a lot of different like facets we can go at with like AI, and talking about like the ethics, especially like, the ethics of like making something in AI in the first place, because like because of how you have to get the how you have to train the models, and there's a whole lot of things with that. But like, I think the absolute bare minimum is that you tell people that you used AI, right? Like, like it's just crazy that people, it's insane to like put that stuff out there and like not even tell people that it's made with AI. Okay, vegetables. Okay, 2 fruit, 2 grain, and a vegetable. We're gonna finish up. Since I did start a little bit late today, I'm not too worried about stopping a little bit late. I want to get this rubber put into sheets, and I want to get my food taken care of, and then we're gonna be done for the day. Let's see. And Adora said, I believe a Lillian voice was trained on an open source audio library. Open source audiobook library. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, there are sometimes so when we talk about like AI, a lot of the things with AI, it can get a little bit, the ethical stuff can get a little bit weird, because like, I think that technically speaking, a lot of the AIs that it depends on the exact AI, but like it really goes into like weird like copyright laws as to like whether or not things are whether or not people have permissions to use things for AI and whatnot. I mean, I mostly stay away, like I mostly stay away from a lot of it. I used ChatGPT for a little bit when it first came out just to kind of see what was going on, but I kind of very quickly reached the end of like the what do you call it? The usefulness of stuff like ChatGPT. It's interesting. I like, you know, my background's in computer science and kind of specifically AI, so it's cool technology. I just wish I wish we could come to an agreement on things with the training it. Because like it'd be better if it was like let's see, her vid, Microsoft broke my voice, was really fascinating. Interesting. I'd have to look into that. It's okay. It's fine. ChatGPT, the only thing I found that ChatGPT is like halfway decent at is it's actually a pretty good tool when you're coding. It can do snippets of code pretty well. I mean, I'm pretty sure most of what it learned about coding is probably just from like SourceForge and whatnot. And like when you do a lot of coding, half the time you're just digging through SourceForge anyways. The real big thing with ChatGPT that I always mention it for is that the thing with ChatGPT is you get more out of ChatGPT the better you are at the thing that you're using it to assist you with. Like ChatGPT is basically just like an unpaid intern. You can tell them to do tasks and you still have to like go over anything that they hand you because there's a good chance it wasn't done properly. And so if you're already good at coding, you can use ChatGPT as like a shortcut to writing out large amounts of code. But see, the crazy thing is like I don't know. I guess I don't really know much about I don't really remember much about anything about like what ChatGPT was like marketed as. I never saw it as like laziness or cheating. It's good. Well, I mean, I never like you can use it to cheat and be lazy, but you can also use it to help with some other stuff. But the main thing is like it's not as useful as like a lot of people think it is. And it's one of those things where it can be useful under like specific circumstances, but it's also not at the point where it's useful enough to really warrant a lot of stuff with it, you know? I've used it a couple times, specifically when it comes to like writing code, and that's the only thing I ever found that ChatGPT was even like halfway useful for was is there an extra shaft here for no reason? There is. There's just an extra shaft here for no reason. Hold on, I'm gonna remove that. Oh, right here. Okay. For like a month, kept getting those horrible AI chatbots talk with anime cartoon characters. Man, I hated that. Kept blocking the ads, selecting. Yeah, I really hate the ads. I've even been seeing AI ads in like grocery stores. And I mean, to be fair, you shouldn't be trusting half of what Google tells you nowadays either. Even without the Google AI summary. I do wish that ChatGPT, because like that was one of the big things anytime I used ChatGPT to like try, or because I used it a little bit to help with a couple things. Oh god, one of the things, okay, I will say one thing that I found ChatGPT to be useful for when it came to like research, and this was when I was like doing some college classes. ChatGPT's like decent at summarizing things. You get a good general gist of what's going on. And one of the things I used it for is I would give it research papers that I was considering using for a paper and tell it to summarize it. And then with the summary that it gives me, I could then decide if it was worth like actually going through and reading to see if it was like interesting for my paper. And that was about it. It saved me like a little bit of extra time having to like dig through sources just to decide that I don't want to use that source. So that was kind of that was kind of it. Yeah, that's why I wish that ChatGPT was more forthcoming with its sources. Whenever I did use it a couple times to try and find sources, it wasn't like super good at that. But when I did, I always told it to give me the source of its information. Because you can ask it to tell you to like give you sources. It's kind of silly that it doesn't just automatically like do that for you. Because like since it can do that if it's asked. I don't get why it's not why they didn't try to train it to give sources more often, especially because there was that whole thing when it first came out and people were rightfully complaining about how it was giving out like false information. And I feel like it would have been solved if they just had it give its sources by default, right? Like, I don't understand why it wouldn't do that. Because then if you're like questioning a piece of data, or like you said, like you can look at the source to see if it's because like some sources you can discount outright as being like, you know, like it gave you if it gave you something from Reddit, like take that with a grain of salt. But its sources is like the entire internet though. No, so more modern versions of ChatGPT, because like when it first came out, it didn't have this capability, but more modern versions of ChatGPT actually are like connected to the internet, and if you're asking it for like modern information, you can tell it to like give you the source because it just goes and crawls over the internet a little bit and like gets information from like websites. Because it wasn't a feature that was in it originally. I think I'm out of olive oil. Not necessarily. It was when it first started out. The original, the one that like got famous was GPT-3. And when they added a lot of features in 3.5 that made it more intelligent. Because now it can like actually look at sources online. I mean, to be fair, you're right when it comes to when ChatGPT first came out. It's different now because they've added that kind of stuff to it. Like I would definitely agree that ChatGPT 3 was like kind of useless. Like that was the one that couldn't even do like math properly. But when they upgraded it to 3.5, it got a lot better. And then they've been working on 4 a lot, and the features of 4 are really good too. But yeah, it's been evolving the entire time, which I mean, I get it really should be. I mean, with the amount of resources giving it. But at that point, is it just Google with extra steps if you narrow your sources that much? No, I mean, kind of. But I mean, like the thing is like conversational AI is always going to be a better option than like using a source engine if we can get it to like an appropriate level. Like conversational AI, if it was better than it is now, because that's the thing, you have to keep in mind that like it's not really finished yet. Like ChatGPT is a really good step towards what we want to get, like what we want to get eventually, but like it would be better for the majority of people to have computers be set up so that you can just talk to it naturally like you would a person. Well, I mean, you don't have to, I guess, if you don't want to, but the thing is like for most people it's going to be better and more accessible. Like people who don't like interact with computers very often are going to be much better at interacting with a computer if they're able to have a human conversation with the computer. Yeah, no, I think it's one of those things where like it would be a good technology if it was finished, you know? And if there weren't all the ethical concerns about like the sources for training it and everything, which I don't know. ChatGPT is a little bit it's one of those things where like if it's just trained on stuff that you can find on the internet by just using a search engine, it's one of those things where it's like is that ethical to use or isn't it? I think it's legal, but I think there's some more questions to be had about whether or not it's ethical. Um, but yeah, I like the cool thing about like AI technology has been, um, AI technology is generally good. Like it's generally a good idea to seek further developments in AI. The issue is the way it's being done right now, and the people who are doing it right now might not necessarily have everyone's best interest in mind, and that's where we're getting into where we're running into issues. Because like one of the things I've mentioned this before, but one of the things that I would love to see AI is like um uh what is it? I want to see AI, like I want to see us get to a place where we can have AI do things like run food production. And of course this is going to require some kind of system where like, food and resources are like properly distributed. So it's one of those things where it's a really cool technology, but maybe not in the society that we currently have, you know? But this is a fun conversation to finish stream with. There's a lot of things to consider with all this. So maybe we can pick this up. We can probably pick this up again later as well. Do you know that what everything? Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of things. Like I said, I think AI is generally a good technology. I just don't think the world is ready for it. I think there's some work we need to do on figuring out what our society needs to do, because like AI would be a really cool tool if it was used to help people instead of just make money. And I think AI is one of those things that it's not, you can't do it for money, because like it just causes far too many problems. It has the potential to cause far too many problems if your only goal is to just make money. Okay, I'm gonna start doing my ending spiel. We'll follow up if you guys have anything else you want to say while I do my ending thing. But thank you guys so much for joining me here. Um, I love you all. Thank you all so much. I love you guys joining me and hanging out and talking about fun philosophical and technical questions. If there's anybody who is watching who isn't following, make sure you give that follow button a little clicky so that you can get notified whenever I go live. And it makes me feel very happy whenever follower number go up. Uh, so there's also that. I stream 5 days a week on weekdays for 4 hours. Take whatever time it is now and subtract 4 hours, or it's like 2 p.m. Eastern. Um, and let's see. Let's look at what chat's talking about a little bit more before I continue, which I suppose means it's important for everyone to be able to search the internet even if they aren't techie, and if LLMs help with that. See, because here's the thing. Here's another thing. Here's what I'll leave you guys with. Um, we'll be at 50 before we know it. God, I hope so. Let me leave. I'm gonna leave you guys with a little bit to kind of chew on, and maybe you guys can bring this back tomorrow if you want to continue talking about this. But you also have to kind of consider that the internet, a lot of the issues with AI can also be really said about the internet in general, right? Like the internet is a really cool concept, and it's really great that we have the internet. And the internet really was only allowed to exist the way it does now because of the fact that the internet kind of started out of an idea that it should be open and free for everyone, right? But a lot of the issues that are coming from the internet nowadays are all stemming from this kind of drive to make profit for profit's sake, and not really caring about anything else, right? A lot of the criticisms for AI can also be kind of turned on the internet itself, right? It's a really good tool, but if you're only using it to make money, you're starting to kind of miss the point of what makes it such a great piece of technology, right? And with that, I will mention I have socials linked down below. YouTube is down below. New video should have just come out. Um, it's crazy because everything does always end up coming back to capitalism eventually. Um, I also have Blue Sky linked down below in case I ever can't make it to a stream. I'll let you know there. But I think I'm done. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great talking with you guys. So thank you so much for being here. I love you all. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.